Вот это коленочки отпадут скоро. Такую молельную. Ну что, вот возьмем у него курточку на нее. Так, я еще не переводила.
Каждый экспириенс первый раз когда-нибудь случается.
Да уж. Один раз приходилось наушники быстренько передавать. Это было вообще мрачно.
А что это ничего не важное?
Это надо отключить, потому что это от того ноутбука, который вот тут. А эту надо как раз воткнуть.
Доброе утро всем! Мы будем готовы начинать в ближайшие 10 минут, поэтому если вы еще не выбрали себе место в зале, наверное, нужно начинать это делать. Если вы хотите подключиться к Wi-Fi, то есть сеть HSE, пароль HSE.
Good morning.
Логин
There is an opportunity
HSE,
to
пароль
connect to
HSE
Wi-Fi.
password. Если
If you like,
сомневаетесь,
if
есть
you
скрин в
doubt,
нашей группе в Телеграме,
in
можно
our
посмотреть.
Telegram group, you have this information on the Wi-Fi password. We'll be starting in 10 minutes. Bitcoin tokens. Ethereum exchange tokens. Токены обмена? Блокчейн.
Туда?
IOU это вексель?
Долговая расписка.
Долговая расписка, точно. А CBDC?
Это Central Bank Digital Currency. Цифровая валюта Центробанка.
Прикольно.
Так. Простите, Таня, я неудобно.
Ну реально берешь вон у них курточку.
Да нет, нужен маленький детский стульчик. Там тоже нет. Мне кажется, в вышке какая-нибудь скамейка есть. Давайте в паузу поищем.
Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья. Давайте начнем Пермскую зимнюю школу 2020. Это 10-я зимняя школа. Мы юбилей празднуем, да, сегодня. И первая школа состоялась в 2011 году, в январе, с участием Дидье Рассернета, который приехал на конференцию по физике мезоскопических частиц, и заодно мы провели зимнюю школу. И если вспомнить 2011 год, это был год без Инстаграма. Это был год, еще когда не было WhatsApp, не было Вичата с его миллиардом пользователей, не было TikTok. Кто знает, что это такое? Поднимите руки, кто знает, что такое TikTok. Ну, почти все уже. Это был год, когда еще не было Брексита, не было Трампа, не было Кембридж Аналитики с его скандалами по манипуляции избирателями, не был открыт еще бозон Хиггса, гравитационные волны, не было сериала «Игры престолов». Это был год, где еще не было AlphaGo, который победил в Go чемпиона мира Ли Седоля. И не было квантового компьютера как такового, не было Эдварда Сноудена, мы еще не знали ничего про глобальную слежку, не было еще практически биткоина. Он уже появился.
Yet, and Bitcoin was not there yet. It had already appeared, but nobody knew about it. Only a few crypto banks did. And tokenization did not exist yet, and Liquor did not exist by then. Over the 10-year period, we found ourselves in a different world. We found ourselves in a completely digital world where everything is changing, the models and people. And this is what we want to talk about today, how everything has changed and where everything is moving over the next 10-year horizon. And today and tomorrow we are going to have sessions. Tomorrow there's lightning talks. And if you want to take the floor, you can say so and give your talk here. If you have some idea to have some kind of event within our school, please come up to us and tell so. Before we start, I want to thank our partners. The friends of our school is the Porsche Center of Perm, as Soft Parma Technologies Group, Fintellect, and Olga Kotina of this company. A partner of our school is Lykke Business, Babel Cover and Stuart King. We're going to give blockchain certificates today, certifying their participation. Stepan Gershuni and Crudentia Company. And I want to thank the co-organizers of this school, the Higher School of Economics and University of Perm. And we're also thankful to FD Bank. We have here head of board of directors of this bank. Dear friends, good morning. I'm happy to greet you at this wonderful event, the 10th event of the Perm Winter School. This is really a fantastic event, and I want to thank you for inviting me to take part in it. The topic is really relevant, a trend of money and people. This topic is closely connected with the modern world development. I need to say that the banks, it's no secret that the border between banks and IT companies is disappearing, and the banks had these processes, and banks are actually turned into IT companies. This is an interesting process because the information and finance are the main drivers of the world economy today. The money and information are usually in the banks. And the financial sphere and the whole world are on the verge of great changes. 10 years is a rather long horizon, and a lot can happen within this period. But I hope that we will be moving in the right direction. And as representative of the sphere of finance, I'm sure that it will be the banks that will lead this process of IT and bringing technology into the modern society. We, as bank, which is on the verge of changes, and the whole financial sphere is on the verge of changes, we are open to new ideas. We should be flexible, and we should be bringing products really quickly into the markets. We should come up with non-standard solutions. And here we are a partner to all of you. We are open for your ideas. If you have ambitious projects and an understanding how to implement a project in the financial sphere, we are ready to support you and create a favorable environment for your project. So please, if you have ideas, you see some leaflets in your seats with the telephone number. You can come up to me or my colleagues who are here. And so I wish you all an interesting day today and have a good time. Thank you. So let's start. Let's open our consciousness and let's be provocative. And let's try to imagine in what kind of world our children will be living. Here I'm inviting Lilena Michenkova and Richard Olsen, the founder of Lykke and the pioneer of the finance. Richard? Мы сегодня решили провести нашу первую сессию в форме интервью. Чтобы сделать это немножко сложнее для...
Perm Winter School or third?
I think fourth. So.
Okay. Yeah. So we wanted to make it trickier for you, so we decided to have it in the form of interview. But the topic, humanity in the digital era, is too huge. So there should be some sort of a frame for us to keep track of what we are talking about. And I was thinking, why don't we look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a framework for our interview? Richard had a look at the set of questions and he said, oh, that's an ambitious set of questions. And I said, I won't be the one who'll be answering. So probably before we start, if you want to say something.
First, I have to say thank you for welcoming me, and it's so rare to have a person like Sergey who embraces new ideas and with kindness kind of invites other people to come on the journey. And in this, I want to thank you for all the contributions you have done and your team, for Lykke and, and for the broader audience. So thanks.
Okay, then probably we will start. We will have about 10-15 minutes at the end of the session for your questions, so you will have an opportunity. Article 1 says, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Here is where we stumble. 8 richest people own as much as 3.6 billion poorest people in the world. Digitalization of today doesn't seem to contribute to equality, actually, because the World Bank's report says the disparity between the rich and the poor is higher than 25 years ago. And it keeps growing. Are there any trends or technologies that could give us hope here?
So I think, first of all, isn't it great that there is a Declaration of Human Rights? The second is that humankind as a society has been radically transformed by technology. But on the side of society, how we organize society, we're still completely dictated by processes and conventions which come out of an age which was pre-technology, pre-industrialization. So it is no wonder that as we unleash technology, but don't revise the social processes and how society is organized, that it becomes completely lopsided and just few people are on top. And what, in my view, is so exciting for you now, you are at the brink of a new age. And at this brink of the new age, we have to design social processes, which includes politics and economics, to create a fair world. But it's not just a fair world, it's the issue creating a society which is at peace with nature and with us as human beings.
Does the digital era give more freedom or take it from humans? This is also a big question. Are we free to choose what to buy, who to talk to, what to believe in, and who to love and respect and vote for? Or social media algorithms dictate us what to do? Or is it just an imitation of choice? Is it just an illusion of choice? Do those algorithms, those opportunities, digital opportunities, make our life easier to choose what we really want to choose?
So first, the positive. Isn't it great that I can search the internet, I can download direct films to see a person, how he responds? Wikipedia, for me, is the source which has contributed more to peace than anything else, and I would give Wikipedia 10 years in a row the Nobel Prize of Peace. But then, second, isn't it strange that the manuscripts of scientific publications are gated? If you want to download a research paper, it costs you $37. If you want to have a manuscript of a book, it costs $150. If you want to get quality news, you have to pay. So it's clear today the promise of digitization is not fulfilled. So we have to change that. And I think that's the challenge, how to change and how to make that happen.
continuing about challenges, and Article 3, Article 12 pose those challenges clearly. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person, and no one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy. What we are having today, governments and corporations explain total online control by security needs. But the question is whether it's leading to safety or to overwhelming world. Today, personal data is the most valuable asset. Corporations and governments buy data, bribe for data, steal data. Why? To rule the world. And we're part of the game, actually, all here at Perm Winter School. We had to ask for your personal data to allow you to take part in the conference. The question is it able to be out of the game? Are we able to be out of the game? Is it possible to stay aside and not to participate?
So it's clear that today it doesn't work. And if you read the Declaration of Rights, it's fantastic what it misses out. So first, it talks of human beings, and it talks of political states. And we know that in political states, they do not abide by those rules. But you know who should also be subject to the same rules? Companies. Because companies which have a monopoly, they're the equivalent of the king and the kingdoms of the past, these were businesses. Queen Elizabeth I, she ran a business out of Great Britain, and her sailors conquered the world. But that was a pure business. So Mark Zuckerberg, he's a businessman. He is a king in his kingdom. And if we use Facebook, we're citizens of Facebook. And we should request democratic rights. But not democratic rights as it is in Switzerland, where you have to go on Sunday and post your vote in a box. This has to be done electronically, and it has to be done in such a way that small minorities can get their projects executed. So, if you read the Declaration of Human Rights, it's clear what it misses out. It does not talk of companies, which are the modern states of the future. Second, what it doesn't say is environment, sustainability, that we're not allowed to destroy the environment where we live in. It's not mentioned at all. And then another thing, which is a glaring gap. No one in the declaration, the word of science, the objective truth, is not mentioned. And just let me explain. Certain questions, like when you go to school and have to solve difficult problems, only the best students can solve. But now, in the classroom, does the teacher ever make a vote? Do you think relativity theory is true or not? It's the best who tell us if it's true or not. It's not the average. So in the spirit of that, we cannot debate in public discourse, is it true that something destroys the environment? We have to trust the specialist who tells us, is it true or not? So it's the same like going to a doctor. You rely on his honest opinion. And it's there that in religion, in medicine, there is the Hippocratic Oath. The Hippocratic Oath tells the doctor he shouldn't think of his own bottom line, how he can maximize the profits. What counts, he has to think of his patient, work in the interest of his patient. So in the same spirit, I think I should, as a human being, have a right that the person whom I depend on, or the organization which I depend on, has to think in terms of my interests, not its interests. And in this spirit, we have to expand human rights and engage for that science is included. And it's not allowed to pursue a policy that's of the interest of science.
Would be actually good. The first thing, I was reading the declaration and thinking the first thing which is missing is environment and our responsibility and the right for our kids to live in a better condition, in a better world, on a greener planet, greener than we have it at the moment. But unfortunately not. But what there is freedom of thought and freedom of opinion and expression. And that takes us back to your comment about kings. Because yes, we live in the world where Twitter influencers or YouTube bloggers have more power than politicians or professors. And how do we decide what deserves our attention, what deserves efforts, what deserves admiration? What should we spend our time for? Teens go by online reviews, deciding whether to read Dostoevsky or not. That's true. Have you read Dostoevsky? Oh no, he's got bad reviews on the internet. I read about it. No, not today. So there are no authorities basically to tell us what's art, what's true, what's good, what's bad, what's important. How does that on a global scale, on a larger scale, influence society, influence culture?
So it's clear today that it's very bad. But the interesting thing, and I think this is the fascinating, we can easily change that. It's not so difficult. So just something, so whoever meets me has to hear the following story. I'm deeply frustrated today that there is no open access news publication. Free. But now the following. We cannot have just people contribute and you have a pile of contributions. Wouldn't it be nice if you had the following? There is a channel and we're interested, for example, in politics or economics, finance, business, whatever, a channel. And there is an editorial board. And the editorial board offers a prize for the best contribution every hour. Contributions come in, after an hour, the committee, editorial board says, what was the best? And just as an example, the person gets $100 of those, and in addition, the person who edited the text gets another $25. After 6 hours, the same editorial board sits back and says, what was the best contribution over the last 6 hours? Including the ones which received the prize every hour, and hands out a prize of $200 plus $50 for the editor who kind of corrected and improved the text. After a whole 24 hours, there is another prize which the person who did that best article got actually $400. And the same thing for the editor, the same is repeated on a weekly basis. So what does it mean? So when people around the world contribute their articles, they know if I'm the best within an hour, I'll get a prize. But think if that contribution was so good that I would get a prize not just only for an hour, but also for 6 hours, but even for a day, I suddenly make a cascade. Now, why is this so interesting? Because it means, first, people who write, who search and do valuable journalistic work get real money. The second is, I as a reader, what should I read? Do I really have to read every article? If I have limited time, I just read those which have received the prizes. And now you say, but who will pay for those prizes? If the quality of those prizes are high, because people respect it, it's well done, the new publishing house can auction the prize off and say, who wants to pay that prize? And maybe it's a large computer company, or to be provocative, a bank, which says, I want to pay for that. And it will offer to pay $200 to pay the prize, where the prize money which the journalist receives is only 125 for the journalist, so the publishing house can pocket the difference of $75. So if we would create a publishing venue of that sort, you would have high quality contributions and around the globe. And so this is just one example of how we can innovate, how we have content, how influences, how opinions are shaped. So it's just a matter of being ingenious.
It sounds like a perfect pitch. Are there any media people in the audience? Are there any investors in the audience? Is there anybody who want to be part of the team? Because it's a perfect pitch. So talking about governance or discussions or assembles or coordination, we'll be talking about communications and art during Perm Winter School. And it seems that we are more connected than ever in this digital age. Travels are easier, global teams are effective, communications seem to have no borders, but we also are, in a sense, more isolated because we work from home, because we consume entertainments on our phones or laptops, because we meet friends in chats. So the question is, does digitalization isolate us or unite us? Is it dualism? What will we see in the near future in this aspect?
So it's clear that there is this very negative trend. But also, we have to understand that in this transition of digitization, we're a halfway house. And actually, the real empowerment is just to come. And what I am so fascinated about, the digitization, is that each person of yourself or each project can have its own token and represents its own currency. And why is this so important? Because if you have a project which is your pet project, and maybe you want to create a small school, how can you fund that? Today you go to, you try to get to investors, they're cynical so much, why do you want to do it? But if you have your own token, which you give out to people which can then send their children to school if they first get it, you can create your own currency. And then you can use this for creating your bazaars, they can use it as a means of payment, as a means of exchange. So digitization, tokenization is incredible empowerment. And the empowerment to implement your personal dreams. And if we can implement our personal dreams, then society will be interesting. You create small communities. So I see the future as being an incredible empowerment. And an empowerment where, just to kind of say something very provocative, sometimes in small villages, there is this big tree which plays a very important role within society. You come back and see the tree and it has different colors and different times of year. But you know who will also have his own currency? Is the tree. So the tree will have its own means of paying for itself to get that people care for it. So future will be far more intense and diverse and cultivated, that I don't share your worries.
Okay, this brings us a little bit closer to our right for work and for decent income. And can you say that during this digital era, there are changes in investment priorities, in some business values? Which changes seem most drastic, if any? And what would you expect to have in the near future in this aspect?
So first of all, I mean, kind of what's happening here on a global scale for many, many people, I mean, is just unspeakable. I mean, if you go to Dubai, the people are transported there, have to disappear again. If you also, I live in Switzerland, I mean, which is one of the wealthiest countries. But think, 30% of the people don't have enough money from month to month. So something is really wrong. Now, I believe the answer is not that we ask for governments, please do that, please do that. These are old-fashioned structures which are biased by the power distribution of the past. But what we can do is the following. We can build a commercial enterprise, a business that is international, across boundaries, and, for example, offer universal income. There is no reason why not a company can offer universal income. You first say, but Richard, why do you make this proposal? If it's well designed, I can build a strong brand. I can build loyalty. I can get customers to deposit their excess cash with me. So I would argue we shouldn't rely on the traditional political states to implement those ideas. We also shouldn't fight them. We should just, kind of be loyal citizens. But what we should do is be very innovative at a corporate level when we do our enterprise and say, we'll provide those services.
So, supposedly, we'll be having more time for leisure. And the Declaration of Human Rights says we have a right for leisure. But we all know what our leisure, our typical leisure today is. This is a laptop, this is a telephone. A telephone is our bank, a telephone is our passport, a telephone is our school and our office and our playground. So will there be a trend of going out of the phone, going out of the internet? Because Alexei Klimenko, sitting in the front row, has brought gaming boards, and he will offer an offline session, I hope, in the interval. So do you think that's going to be a trend? Is it a trend at the moment?
So first, I'm very much a fan of the following, that you have in Eastern philosophy the principle of yin and yang, two opposing principles which work together. And I think this is the answer here as well. On the one hand, I think it's great. Access across the globe, I can use my smartphone and it does everything. But on the other side, isn't the personal encounter unbelievable? Doesn't that have this extra flavor which can resonate at so many more levels? So I would argue we just have to understand that life is a yin and yang. You have to embrace two very different extremes. And then there is, what I would argue, true happiness, true discovery, and you can be really surprised by what life has to on offer.
So we are almost done. Article 30 says, nothing in this declaration may be interpreted as implying for any state, group, or person any right to engage in any activity or perform any acts aimed at destruction of any rights and freedoms to set forth herein. But United Nations is a traditional, old-fashioned organization that has been created by states, that works with states. And it is the states that very often set limitations to what extent great values of this Declaration of Human Rights are followed, or what is written in that declaration. So with the new understanding of global and local that digitalization brings, with the new opportunities of interaction and coordination, and that is very provocative, yes. Does it bring any new concepts or ideas of a more effective and fair organization of society? What can we do to turn the wonderful declaration from just declaration to reality?
I mean, I've mentioned it yesterday. I think there is a principle which I think we're not aware. Each one of you knows 50 people, and the next person knows 50 people, and that person knows 50 people again. So within 6 links, you reach over, in theory, 15 billion people. But what does it mean? If you're true to yourself, you implement in the smallest scale what you think is important, it will travel. So I would argue, what we today have to do is we should not think, oh, I have to change the opinion of 1 billion people, 7.4 billion people. That's not what has to be done. I have to do interesting work in the here and now. And this work here and now will travel. And now, that's the good news. The bad news is that the journey which it has to travel is much longer. But as we see with grassroots movements, it can suddenly create a whole fire which inspires a lot of people around the globe. And what I find today is if I travel, you know, kind of literally, any person who sits next to me, I start to talk. The person has very much the same issues as I have. And he has the same issues as you have. So we all share the same concerns. What is lacking is that we have a path out of the mess. And what I find, what we have to understand, is we have to embrace to each other opposing principles. The one principle is science, knowledge. And science is developed not by an average, it's by resorting and relying on the experts, the true specialists, who are committed to the Hippocratic Oath. They don't want to become famous, they want to tell us the truth. And that is how science is being done. And then the other is the spontaneous, that we come up with the right ideas to do the adequate, and then together that will be inspirational to bring about change.
Thank you. So going back to your yesterday's lecture, you mentioned weather focused for the humankind, that we have so much data that should be used to predict what's the weather, what it's gonna be. So what's your personal weather focused for the humankind for the next decade?
So first, I have to say that I'm seriously, seriously worried. I mean, the old world on which we all rely, with its central banks, governments, my goodness, they are in a true mess. In 2008, they used their last piece of cash to salvage the global financial system, make sure that the world ticks over. In the meantime, nothing has been done to address the underlying problems. And what is worse is that if the next small crisis comes, my goodness, how can they support it? Will they go on television and tell us everything is fine? And you see them pale like this? So this is my concern. But on the other hand, it's phenomenal, the technology which is happening in the background, the whole blockchain revolution, the tokenization, the opportunities that it has. So I think, and this is my personal opinion, it will be very painful the coming few years, because established wealth will suddenly disappear, there'll be kind of unemployment, but there are answers. So I'm very optimistic for the medium and long term, but seriously worried about the short term. So hopefully I'm wrong about the short term.
Hopefully. So I think we are done and we ran out of time, but we still have some 10-15 minutes for questions. If you help us with the mics. We've got 40 volunteers during these 2 days with us. Let's cheer up for them. They will be helping us with the questions. So, any questions?
English, right? Yeah. Thank you for the interview, and I have a question. Yes, I believe that we are creating a new world, new economy, which is involves a tokenization of the assets, or even like myself or any other person. Do you think this new system will compete and will conquer and will take over or even destroy the classic financial system, or they will evolve together in parallel? What do you think about that?
So I'm very glad you raised this question. So first of all, to answer is, this new tokenization world has happened so far outside the accepted financial system, which in my view, and this is an active debate which I and Sergey have, I think has reduced its impact. What I argue for is that this blockchain tokenization should be embraced in the traditional financial system, and that is possible. Without changing the law, we can actually get that put in. But it's like software, it's not quite trivial. So, but if you work, you can achieve that. And what's so fascinating is that this new world of tokenization, digitization, can live in parallel with the old world, and of course it will take over. Because the competitive edges in terms of price, improvement, efficiency, flexibility are so huge. And here I can say, and have to thank Lykke business team for the exceptional work which they have done, is we're doing business with one of the biggest banks of Europe. And what have they asked us before Christmas? Could you please help us to tokenize a big part of their business? So we see that the traditional world is coming this way and offers great opportunities. So yes.
Any other questions? Еще вопросы есть?
You can ask provocative questions.
So, Richard, so we are moving to the where the communities and people will be more empowered, right? With their and the money as a concept will be not anymore a monopoly of the, let's say, the states and even the banks, the banking system. How in this world you will see the role of governments and the banks? How in this future world you will see the role of the governments and the states?
So that's the governance in the sense of solidity of the issuer of that currency, if that I understand you correctly.
Not the governments, but the governments, the states.
Now, so it's very simple. If the traditional states do a good job, it's clear we want them. They're so important. So there's no doubt that they have a key role to fulfill. But if they don't perform so well, I'm not hostage to that currency. I'm not hostage to the government. They lose their power automatically. So just now, there is a lot of bashing going on with the US and Trump. So if I go to the US today, I have to pay in the shops by paying with dollars. And if I have the export products which I buy from the US, I have to pay with dollars. So therefore, I keep my assets in dollars. But because I have to keep my assets in dollars, the value of the dollar remains higher. Now, if I can pay with anything, any token, and the market maker swaps it into whatever the recipient receives, I don't have to hold dollars. So, the monopoly of the government is disappeared. It will be under competitive pressure. Now, I believe competitive pressure helps organizations to address its own problems. This has to address its own problems. And if it doesn't, it loses power. So, but what I want to say that today, territorial governments over big countries have a big say. I would argue that the shift will move towards cities. So in the kind of structure of political theory, I would argue that cities will become much more powerful and the governments of cities will have a bigger role. So that's my outlook.
Я, с вашего позволения, на русском вопрос задам. Ричард, я слушаю все время о новом мире и представляю себе, что мы обсуждаем только...
I have to get the right translation.
Are you ready?
I have to see yes after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Мой вопрос, он провокационный, как вы любите. Когда мы говорим о новом мире и о таком конкурентном, токенизированном мире, мы говорим об активной и сознательной части населения. Как в вашем представлении будет работать благотворительная история, социальная поддержка и защита? Да? Вот как вы себе видите филантропические общества в мире токенов?
First, they will work much better. And the reason is the following, that just coming back, if you have your own token and misbehave, then the value of your token goes down. So actually, you're being positively incentivized to behave in the right way. So that's a positive force. Today, there is no subtle mechanism to reward people for their positive behavior. That's on one thing. Then the foundations themselves can issue their own token. The Red Cross can have its own Red Cross token, which will make its job a lot easier, because now it loses a lot of money at first. You know, it has its project, people are very motivated, but they have to pay in dollars, they have to pay in Swiss francs, and then lose a lot of right in the conversion. But if you have a high credibility for your social enterprise, then people will hold that tokens as a means of wealth preservation. And that gives you more assets to then empower to implement on your project. So I see only a positive feedback loop. And also, I think today when you go and see expenditure in the whole healthcare, the problem is it's very, I mean, kind of, it's not subtle enough. So when people have cardiac problems, how can I simply reward people for a kind of healthy lifestyle? Isn't it easy today with your kind of smartphone step counter for every step to do to get a fraction of a ruble? But that you can do in this tokenized world.
Okay, I have one more question. Do you believe that the wealth will spread more fair and the same, or I do not know, the competition will be lower or higher in the new world?
So first of all, if you think about emergent systems are not flat by definition. You will not have, you know, kind of everyone has $10,000 cross. No, you'll have scaling laws of unfair distribution. But that's not bad. What's bad is if the guys who have these big wealths can abuse the rest of the system and stay up there indefinitely. So that's on the one side. The second thing is that in this new framework, you have the opportunity to empower people to do their own project, which gives them a lot of, you know, kind of more power to kind of execute.
Okay. Thank you.
Probably the last question.
Very short one. There is a famous phrase that God creates humans, called, made them equal. Could you continue this phrase in a few words with Bitcoin?
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
God created humans.
Yes?
Called, made them equal.
Yes?
Could you continue this phrase with Bitcoin?
Very much. I think the future will be any token will be equal and has the equal right. So in a sense, and that I find very interesting, so everything will have an alter ego, and the alter ego is that it has a token existence, where it can have its own kind of impact. And I think what we have to understand to manage the future, it's the future that, you know, kind of the world is safe. You have to have the analogy of a balloon. In a balloon, what is important? That it doesn't have a hole anywhere. So in a balloon, the smallest part is important. And I argue the future is that we are respectful and mindful of every small detail. Because if we do that, then we'll create a truly sustainable society. So.
I think we should finish here. Thank you so much, Richard.
Thanks.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. It's always a pleasure meeting you in Perm. Thank you.
А мы продолжаем без перерыва. Я хотел пригласить на сцену Константина Корищенко, который является заведующим кафедрой финансовой инженерии в Академии народного хозяйства. В прошлом финансист, зампред Центрального банка и президентом МВБ в 2000-х годах.
Спасибо, Сергей. Спасибо за приглашение.
Thank you for inviting me here. The only thing I want to say is that in many jobs and in finance as well, there are no ex-financiers. I will be talking in Russian, but my presentation is in English. The thing is that yesterday I added one more slide, and it is in Russian, somewhere in the middle of the presentation. The topic of my presentation today is a popular trend which is to do with the issuing or implementation of digital currencies of central banks. Recently, a survey was published about which countries and which central banks have plans to issue their digital currencies. Yesterday, I saw the news that the Bank of China has published the details of its plan of issuing their own digital currency. So there are many interesting aspects to this issue, and the most interesting one is that 10% of the people participating in the survey, where over 70 countries took part, said that they were going to issue their own digital currency. Let's start with today. What is wrong with the existing financial system? A lot has been said about it. I'm not going into detail now, but I'll tell you about some important things. And a populist slide is the purchasing power of the dollar in the 100 years that the Federal Reserve System has existed. Only 3% of its value remains now. It's on the one hand that's low, and if you think about the depreciation the dollar has had each year, then from this point of view, dollar is a really stable currency in spite of its of this trend. All other currencies have lost a lot more value than the dollar. Starting with the 1970s, when the stage of the world economy was finished, which was based on the gold standard, which used to be the limit of the rights and of central banks on money emission. But as the central banks were limited in their mission, the accumulation of debt was usually very painful. For example, the getting rid of the gold standard in the US was the major reason for the war in Vietnam, which led to huge debt accumulation. Starting with the 1970s, the disparity between the real economy, which is measured in GDP, although there are a lot of issues with the calculation of GDP, but it was created in the 1930s to measure the real market of commodities and services. The GDP calculation was never meant to calculate the digital economy. In the 1960s, the GDP in the US includes the internet transactions of the banks. In 2013, for example, they changed the methodology of calculating the GDP, and thus they added about $1 trillion to the GDP of the US. The figures to do with GDP should be treated very cautiously in today's conditions. The financial assets, on the example of the US, this is an aggregated index. The red line is a leverage of the financial system in a broad sense, both financial and non-financial. You see that these two lines are going apart very quickly. To speak in a bank language, the leverage of the American economy and the world economy is growing. Nevertheless, in this situation, the real assets behave in a stable way. I am not giving you any figures, although this can be proven in statistical and quantitative way. The behavior of gold and oil as the most typical material commodities shows that they live simultaneously. There are a few examples, anecdotes, that show this stability. One of them is to do with the cost of grain. On the table, the Sumer tables that were found that date back 3,000 years before Christ. The price of corn is in gold, and a researcher calculated the price of this corn now, and it shows that the difference in price is smaller than 15%. I decided to do this experiment on myself and calculated the metro ticket in Moscow in gold. And it shows that 1 ounce of gold would buy you 1,300 journeys by metro. So, with all the devaluation and inflation, the elements of the real world are connected with each other in a rigid way, and the world is not falling apart in this sense. Nevertheless, the cash, as one of the main elements of our life, behaves in a strange manner and in a counterintuitive way. And digitalization can lead us to the conclusion that they become less popular, cash becomes less popular, but actually it is wrong. This is one of the slides. The reports on the use of cash and digital payments published by banks, and this slide is 2 years old. It shows that apart from 5 or 6 countries, including Australia, New Zealand, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, if I am not mistaken, all other countries, the share of cash is growing, not falling. And although the volume of digital payments is also growing. And the countries that use the most digital payments, Switzerland, for example, or Japan, in general, the Eurozone and Russia is a separate story. We are not going to look into the political sphere, but Switzerland, for example, and Europe, the cash has been used more recently, and it is connected with the policy of negative interest rates. In Switzerland, there appeared hedge funds that offered companies money-saving way. They took money and converted them into cash or 50 euro banknotes and put them in their safes. You can talk at length about interest rates, and I'm not going to continue now, but everything that is taking place in the world of money is dictated now by this phenomenon. What is happening to the existing money system? Firstly, the money is experiencing a phenomenon which many people are not happy with or even concerned about, is the non-stop quantitative easing. And the central banks say that we are going to print some more money, but then take it out. Nothing comes out of this. They experience the first experience in negative interest rates was in Switzerland in the 1970s, but more serious trial was in 2003 in Japan, where they started to do negative interest rates, and then they tried to return to the positive parts of the axis, but they couldn't do it, and they came back to the negative interest rates and added a lot of easing to that. Europe even didn't try to experiment with that. It went into quantitative easing straight away, and Americans too. Americans tried to raise the interest rates due to Trump partially and to problems in the economy, but they stopped this process, and in November last year, FRS started the quantitative easing and adding money to the economy again. So quantitative easing, negative interest rates, and cash safe havens are the things that are on the surface now, and they show how the money system is developing in all developed countries now. As for the banking system, the story with too big to fail, especially in 2008, showed that banks were bailed out by all largest banks. I'm not going to retell you the story of the post-crisis, but one characteristic of this crisis is what is written in the first block of Bitcoin, that the British Treasury has started to bail out the banking system. It is not by chance that the person who wrote it, we even don't know the name of this person, wrote this, so that to mark the main reason for launching the Bitcoin. The aggregating problems of the banking system and the trust to this system lead to constant increase in the volume of insurance, the limit of insurance, and not only in Russia but also in other countries. And actually, the deposit insurance system is a drug that is supporting this connection between the population as lenders and the banks as the bodies that take the money. And there are a lot of materials, and there's a symposium on the deposit insurance. All those materials say that it is a very ambiguous thing, but still all countries do that more and more each year. The system of correspondent banking as cross-border money transit is also has problems. After the 2000 and 2008 crises, the rules, regulations for correspondent banking in the undeveloped world are getting more rigid with each year. Even the UN had a special session on the correspondent banking relations with countries of Asia and Africa. And so this is now considered as a global problem. And those phenomena that we know very well is the emergence of cryptocurrency. And I don't know if you know about the narrow bank case. I will talk a little bit about that. About 3 years ago, a bank appeared in the US, which was called the Narrow Bank, and their own business was taking deposits that exceeded the insurance sum and deploying those deposits in the Federal Reserve Bank. As the interest rate on those deposits did not exceed 1/4 of a percent, you can calculate it easily. And so the Federal Reserve registered this bank, but they've been suing for 1.5 years already because they don't want to open an account for this bank. So what is happening in terms of the new system, monetary system? There are two ways. The classical variant is to add a third element to the cash and bank reserves as the digital currency of the central bank. I will talk more about it later. We need to understand that we are talking about adding a third element to the so-called money base. Although there are options where this element gets into the banking system money, but still the mainstream is using this money as the monetary base. And those who are fans of cryptocurrencies, this is my interpretation, by the way, as they see the monetary system in the context of Bitcoin and other highest achievements of cryptography. As the base money, we should have the independent cryptocurrencies, and as consumer money, we should have tokens. Doesn't matter now what tokens and what their characteristics are. I showed you this slide so that you can compare. The general idea are similar, but the actors in these two systems are different. What is considered as the ideal currency? Historically, I'm not going to give you the definition of money. I'll just talk about two aspects. Historically, we always wanted to get a good combination of the best aspects. Here is the same thing. On the one hand, we want the money to store the value, and this is why gold was always used as the ideal store of value. But there are complications with gold. It's difficult to carry it and so on. On the other hand, you have to make payments, and lots of them, and very fast. And so the debt money in different ways, like IOUs, and which appeared in the times of crusades, they are competitors, and these two things, the technologists try to combine these two things, and so the appearance of cryptocurrencies and the opportunity to issue digital currencies of central banks seems to be to combine these two main aspects. This is something I'm not going to comment on. I think you know this picture. I just put it in so that you see it. This is one of the first taxonomies of digital currencies. A nice methodology. And The only thing I want to say about it is that it shows the characteristics of peer-to-peer operations and the emission of this money either by central banks or non-central banks, and whether this money is digital or not digital, and whether it is universal or not universal. So this methodology is developing and gets adapted, but the basic thing looks like this. The last development in the context of digital currencies of central banks is dividing them into 4 purposes.
So there are 4 categories that are the most popular and the most widespread. They are retail currencies, wholesale or bank currency, bank reserves, the so-called cross-border currencies for international settlements, and hybrid currencies. I'm going to talk about each one in more detail. In terms of technology, the 2 basic options, account-based and token-based, and also there are 2 level currencies in terms of technologies. So the taxonomy we have seen before kind of is similar to what you can see in this slide. Depending on how you answer each question, you get this or that model. So the first one is who can get access, who can operate this currency, where and how this currency is stored, what is the degree of confidentiality. For example, in the Chinese system, anonymity is partial, and it is expected that currency will be connected, so the token itself will be connected to a certain smart contract that can establish limitations both for the purpose of its application and the quantity. The number of times this token can be used. So it becomes a kind of a managed rocket, a missile that knows where it's going to fly, how long it's going to fly after it leaves its owner, and so on. Then presence of interest rates for such currencies is also under discussion. And we should say that when it comes to conversion parameters and paying off the debt, this currency can gradually be amortized, depreciated. So you can get 100 units, and then at the end of the year, one of them will be depreciated and you will get 99. So it's kind of similar to the negative interest rates, but it will not be as direct as it happens today in the central bank. So the negative rates will stay, but they will be realized through other algorithms. There are serial limitations or advantages for such currencies depending on the settlement time, and also when it comes to bank currencies, bank reserves, that's whether your settlement are final settlement are immediate or periodic. Possibilities of programming. So these are not just banknotes, but smart contracts that may create a lot of features and provide a lot of variation for this currency. And another key question is opportunity of crediting in this currency, and if it's possible, then who is going to do that. It is interesting that blockchain is present in these projects, but it is not dominating. So the experiments that we have do not include blockchain by definition. There are three options of private blockchains under tests. So they started with Ethereum platform, but now experiments with centralized model are rather popular. So now I'm going to talk about each type of currencies. So retail currency. Here you can see a short list. Now it's actually longer. China should be included. E-krona is the pioneer of retail currencies. Because in Sweden there is a sharp decline in the volume of cash, and to maintain the inclusiveness in Sweden, the Central Bank of Sweden is implementing e-krona project. Now they have prepared a project of the law, and they are at the stage of testing a practical model. And if I'm not mistaken, there are about 40 suppliers of services and software. So if you go to the to the website of the Bank of Sweden, you can see that they attract more and more contractors for e-krona. The opposite example in Ecuador was Dinero Electrónico, when they attempted to skip from feudalism to socialism, so they didn't develop the system of cash turnover, and they tried to switch immediately to electronic money, but this attempt didn't have any positive result because they used just one telecom provider, and it wasn't good enough to cover the entire territory of Ecuador and provide access in remote areas. The main features of universal currency is that it's accessible 24/7. Here you can see another interesting feature. To get this type of crypto cash, you have to open a direct account in the central bank. So it's not issued in the commercial bank account, but at the central bank. For example, in Switzerland, 1.5 years ago, there was a referendum on Volgeld project about transition to direct accounts of the citizens in the central bank. It failed, so the people didn't vote, but about 30% of population supported the changes. And this idea is used as an assumption in many projects. This idea also solves the problem of fast payments, because, for example, in the US, fast payments for the population are still a terra incognita. So you have to pay through banks, which is slow and inconvenient. So talking about the technology, the University College of London model is used, RS-Coin, and it is used for many other projects too. In terms of blockchain, it is expected that the central bank will issue money and the banks will be the nodes in the system. Hybrid currency is a different idea how to solve the problem of retail payments, where special providers of payment services will have access to accounts in the central bank. This is similar to Kiwi and other payment systems in Russia that have direct access to an account in the central bank, but the central bank is not responsible for their coins and tokens. This model is attractive because it's easy, it's cheaper compared to the retail currency, and it's less painful for the banking system and is more predictable. So, in this picture, you can see the comparison of the two systems, but I have already spoken about that. The digital currency for banks, for wholesale, is an idea that is developed by the central banks that didn't develop their payment system before, like Canada, Singapore, Malaysia. So there is a number of countries who failed to create their own target, and they thought that instead of catching up with everyone else, they will try to create an experimental model based on blockchain and different forms of crypto money. The main targets and objectives are shown here. The main thing is that these systems exist in addition to the traditional payment systems. Also, they have a certain degree of finality, settlement, like by minute or by hour or by day. So information is not transmitted instantly. There are opportunities for liquidity management. And if you know something about contemporary payment systems, you can understand that they are complicated and their systems, their problems are resolved based on blockchain. I will mention two projects here. That's Jasper, that started with Ethereum, and at the next stage, it was based on Corda. And Ubin, it's a project from Singapore. Jasper is from Canada, and it's also based on issuing tokens similar to the Singapore dollar and creating a second system that provides settlements. A feature of the system is that they have tested 3 different platforms, and inside the settlement system they don't only have transfers of money but also payment against payment and delivery against payment. So that's a simpler version of another system that I'm going to talk about just a bit later. And the data is virtual, so the data is not located on servers, but it's stored in the cloud. And this is the first time cloud technology is used for storage. Cross-border currencies and systems are a hit of the season, very popular, and they might be the first, even compared to retail payments, because the length of cross-border payments is usually very long, and that's disturbing. And they can be based on traditional systems like modification of SWIFT and implementation in all countries. The second model is when the central bank becomes kind of a super correspondent bank based on the and they become the center for all other banks, or the use of digital currencies themselves as a tool for inter-country settlements in 3 different ways. The first one is the country, the second one is when the currency can be used in different countries, and the third is creating a universal currency available for all countries. Now they are experimenting with these models, and which of the 3 horses will be the first to come to the finish we will see just a bit later, but the competition is already running. As an example, as a practical example of such solution, I would like to give a project Stella. It's implemented together with the Bank of Japan and the European Central Bank. It inherited the ideology of target to securities, and in one payment system there will be three types of assets: cash, securities, and tokens or collaterals. I didn't write tokens here because there are a lot of arguments whether securities can be tokens or not, and that's why these are three objects that circulate inside one system, and they have payment-to-payment and delivery-to-payment mechanisms, and to maintain the independence of the central bank, each central bank can have its own blockchain and the cross-chain technology and cross-chain transactions. So it's possible to use two different blockchains, and cross-chain transactions have been tested already. So what challenges can it lead to? So this is the text in Russian. If you studied macroeconomics, in one of the first lectures, I think you have seen a picture similar to the one on the left. So traditional economy is a very simple construction where the main economic resources are presented as contracts that exist on paper, and the markets and economic system provide circulation of these contracts. This is how we have been living for many years. The digital economy is based on tokens and digitalization by smart devices, physical or software, and all these economic resources turn into digital images, and as a result, you don't have any physical assets, you don't have problems with circulation of these assets, and you can use the models of marketplace, digital currencies, platforms, machine-to-machine platforms, where interaction is carried out without participation of a human, and the changes that come together with digitalization are presented on the right. So basically, what kind of currency should service this system? Central bank is the issuer, not IT provider. So central banks do not create any systems or technologies. They just use what is already there in the market. The technology is based on blockchain with permanent access. It's very divisible so that it can service a lot of tiny amounts, much smaller than 1 cent. It's ultra fast to provide a high number of payments. Also, generally, it doesn't have second-tier issuer. So banks, commercial banks, will be nodes that confirm transactions and maybe carry out some other functions. This system will remove credit risk through DVP mechanism and hopefully forex risk due to the existence of a single currency. What may be the problems? You can see them in this slide. I'm not going to talk about them in detail. I think I'm running out of time. The problem of cash. For example, in China, there is a discussion how soon cash should be out of circulation. Also, there is a new book called The Curse of Cash. which gives arguments why this should not happen. It's a big problem for the states because when cash disappears, they lose seigniorage, and that may become a problem. The problem is who is going to be the lender of last resort, maintaining the banking channel, what will be the role of the banks in this new system, what interest rates will play a key role in this model. There are multiple interest rates which central banks wanted to avoid. The problem of deposit insurance, whether they will remain or not. The problem of bank runs, because if people begin to use more digital currencies, that may be a problem for banks. The next one is anonymity and money laundering, and algorithmic digital currency, which can be with which the central bank can be replaced by a certain algorithm that will replace it. And the next one is for financial markets, problems for financial markets. One of them is instant taxation. That's opportunity to charge taxes from each transaction, but not at the end of the month or year. For example, crypto is used in Florida to accept tax payments. Also, existence of marketplaces today. There is an ongoing battle between marketplaces and ecosystems. A typical example is the battle between Sberbank and fast payment systems. And we don't know who is going to win in this battle. And the next one is the appearance of the new types of financial intermediaries. They are exchanges, wallet banks, funds. There are a lot of intermediaries of different kind, but actually it's a new type of financial intermediaries. So when they say that digitalization leads to this intermediation, it's true, but only to a certain degree. So that is the end of my presentation today. I'm not sure whether I still have any time left. Sergey says it's okay, so I'm ready to answer questions if you have any. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting lecture. What do you think are the prospects for creating a similar system in reality in Russia and the EU? In EU, it's like a Trojan horse. We can imagine that a similar system, the idea of creating a universal digital currency, may be created, but the possibility is not very high. Because I heard a phrase that the emission of currencies is as important for sovereignty as the army. So if you take all the countries and look at the countries that have their own currency and their own army, you will very easily spot the independent countries. So universal currency for the EU means sovereignty for the EU, but not sovereignty for each country. And the plans are to do that after 2024, and that's kind of a very long term. So when it comes to the differences between state digital money and like original digital money, what do you think is the difference between them? The difference is the same as between a super fast speed train and the first engine train that was created hundreds of years ago. So basic cryptocurrencies were very good experiments. They are entertaining and fun financial assets. But when it comes to regulation, they will be regulated in the same way as regular money. So they will be regulated as the normal money. And the crypto systems will be regulated in the way. Alexei is going to talk about that today. And we are going to have a discussion about that. But I think that Basel Committee has already made all the necessary instructions, limitations. So if you think that the state will allow some Libra or Gram to go into circulation, I think it's a huge exaggeration. And like a sensible state will never allow any alternative to the state currency. So I'm absolutely sure about that. And I have a lot of respect for Bitcoin and other digital currencies, but I think these are very interesting things, but not very possible inside the state in all the meanings of this word. Спасибо за вашу удивительную презентацию. И я хотел бы попросить вас рассказать поподробнее об отсутствии защиты личных данных при использовании денег Центробанка, потому что мне кажется, что в последнее время защита личных данных все меньше и меньше используется в транзакциях Центробанка, и в результате это нарушает нормы демократии. Thank you for the question. I will start with the fact that in many countries, including Russia, one of the key problems is the problem of privacy. So the regulation in Europe, a recent law in California in the US, our legislation are devoted to this topic. And I think it's going to develop, and not directly, but the state will pay a lot of attention to privacy. On the other hand, we all understand that in spite of all mixers and lightnings, generally anonymization will be eliminated in this or that way. In different ways, different mechanisms. It's not very likely that it will grow or increase. Talking about central bank currencies, now we can see a lot of examples. For example, in China, very nice prediction. First of all, existence of social ratings, like digital portraits of individuals. Depending on this, they will have certain limitations or not. Also, certain limitations within each currency. In Europe, there was a report that says how you can use the digital currency of the central bank to limit incorrect or improper transactions. So a lot of attention is paid to this problem, and I think that just like fighting offshores didn't finish in favor of offshores, the same way the fight for privacy and anonymity doesn't have a lot of positive chance, and people who like or who want to have privacy will either use cash or gold. The last question. Thank you very much for your presentation. A lot of ideas and thoughts, a lot of food for thought. I have seen a news recently that by 2035 Russia will stop using cash. How possible do you think it is? You were talking about programmable currencies. If they are used, do you think it's possible that that a currency will have a lifetime, that it will die after a while? And how do you think this currency will circulate in the economy? I'm not sure about Russia, but the last idea that you mentioned is a fact. It's a model that is used not in the context of picketing, but as a technology in general. And it's not a subject of my talk today, but the question of social equality, I think, will be solved through the basic income model. And in the basic income model, through the ticket system, and the use of digital currencies fits very well into this system. It will be like a voucher that people get. So I think this is the model that will exist. It's hard to imagine the exact construction. Talking about the complete disappearance of cash, I doubt it, because today the cost of issuing cash is $15 or $16 million, but the profit of the state is much, much higher. So thank you very much for your presentation and your answers. We are going to meet here in 20 minutes at 12 o'clock. Пойдем? Ну, я пойду.
сходи, я пока Лобанова почитаю, потому что я сейчас начну.
Я позвоню тебе, но я не знаю, как единственное.
Ой, нет, потом
нет, не смогу.
Да нет, там все в контейнерах.
Тогда я внесу для Тани, да? Я тебя наберу и спрошу,
Там
какие
всякие
там
разные. Ты
опшены.
скажи примерно, что ты хочешь, там много всего.
Я хоть... Давай я, может, схожу, когда я первую порцию переведу,
Ну давай.
и схожу, а ты пока себе сходи.
Если что, они назовут вас волонтером, соглашайтесь.
Хорошо.
Так, хорошо. Так, а куда в ты воткнуть-то? Ой, так.
И завтра такая же система с обедами. В какой-то
окей.
момент просто придите, отберите у них.
Хорошо, спасибо. Так, где она тут у нас? Максим Кучер. Так, это не то, да? Вот.
Там presentation slides, Лобанов.
Ага, presentation slide. Лобанов. Оп,
В микрофоне, простите, залипла кнопка, поэтому там ничего не было слышно.
в каком? А, в
А
том-то?
вам не было слышно, когда там...
Ну, Наташа там что-то как-то это рассказала.
Фигня.
Ну
Я
да.
думаю, что никто не умрет.
Я думаю, да. Так. Ну, спасибо, на английском даже делал.
Ну да, молодец.
Она вообще
Первая школа.
милашка. Так,
Но Лобанов сказал, что там будет и на дискуссии, и на
Let's continue our winter school. And now I want to introduce the next speaker, the teacher of the winter school, who's been present for the past 10 years here, Alexey Lobanov, head of bank regulation in the Bank of Russia. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Good morning, everyone. I hope that the tea has given strength to those who turned up late, having missed the most interesting part. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me for the 10th time. This is my 10th winter school and 14th school as such, including the summer schools. And when I was thinking what this school is for me, what significance it has, remembering the old good times, apart from this being a good opportunity to come to Perm, the city which I like a lot in all seasons, in winter and the summer, especially after the adventures that I had here in the summer with the people I had met in the winter school. It's an opportunity to work during the night before my presentation. It's an opportunity to understand something new. It's not just to be ahead of something. And it's an opportunity for me to meet new people, new ideas that I hear and that I wouldn't meet anywhere else other than here. And our organizer, Elena Mechenkova, shared a picture with Richard Olsen, their first meeting at one of the winter schools. I decided that I should also share a picture of the kind. Can you see Richard in this picture? But still he's there. The unknown photographer made a picture at the very first school when I'm showing Vladimir Filimonov this website of Olsen Associates website, which he didn't know about by then. And I told him where he could find the information on the prices on all the markets. And at that time, I was also working at a financial market. I found out about this company and its founder, and I shared this information with my new acquaintance, Vladimir. So it's not just giving a presentation that gives new knowledge, but the informal communication also gives you a lot when you exchange ideas and discuss what you have just heard. And after the school, we continued talking to one another. Today I want to talk about the topic which surprises me, to be honest. This is something you can get surprised not only by the things that you hear from others, but also you can be surprised by the place where you are. And in a strange way, 9 years after my first visit to the Perm winter school, which was devoted to market risk regulation, 9 years later, I am still discussing regulation, but of crypto assets. This transition is interesting for two reasons. As today, Firstly, as today Sergei said, this concept did not exist by then. Such terms as crypto assets or crypto economy. And the second surprise is the fact that 2 years ago, at a panel discussion, we were discussing the main approaches and ideas to regulating this new sphere of crypto assets. And then we were emphasizing the transaction, the regulation of transaction and instruments, emitting those instruments. And we were not speaking about regulating the ownership of such assets if they are in a bank portfolio. And today we will be talking about this. And the third part of my surprise is that only 2 years ago we could think in very general terms and trying to collect some ideas that could lay the basis of the future regulation. And we were not even sure that such a regulation was important or necessary as a universal international approach or recommendations. We were not sure when such standards should be introduced and whether this should be done simultaneously in different countries or just in one country, one jurisdiction. There were lots of questions we raised, and we didn't get any clear answers, even in our discussion. But today's talk is an example of how quickly the time passes. Yesterday, Richard was talking about the time passing quickly, how it is inhomogeneous for different market players. And it's an example of time acceleration. Bank regulators even didn't have the concept of crypto assets in their vocabulary, and only 2 years later we have already a second document on it, and maybe together we can find an answer to the questions raised by the international community. It's not the bank community, because the commentaries are welcome from a whole wide range of actors and stakeholders, and it doesn't happen very often that Basel Committee should ask such a wide range of stakeholders to give their comments. The concept of crypto asset means that this is an asset for somebody who has purchased it and thinks that it is a certain deposit and subjected to certain risks, some of which should be regulated. And we will talk about this, how the Basel Committee sees it. This is a very good time for it. This document I will be talking about was issued in December, and the time for comments is up until March. And then maybe we can send some of our comments to the Basel Committee. So what are we going to talk about today? About what has been done over the past year by the Basel Committee, about this quite new sphere of crypto economy and crypto assets. It's firstly about the bank regulation. It's not the markets and not issuers of crypto assets and some other aspects to do with their trade and investment, but it is about the risks taken over by the banks on where they are purchasing something, depositing something, and deploying their capitals, their own and other people's. Then I want to touch upon to give a start for the discussion that we are going to have later. Where we are going to try and answer a few questions raised directly by the Basel Committee, and they are waiting for our answers till the middle of March. For this, I will remind you of the main characteristics of crypto assets that Basel Committee thinks significant for further regulation, because the most difficult thing is not to design the regulations, but to define the range or the limits of regulations. This is one of the most complicated problems, so that this sphere should not be too wide and to take in things that should not be regulated, or it should not be too narrow. We are also going to talk about the risks, as the Basel Committee sees it, all kinds of risks connected with operations in crypto assets, not only in the active parts of the balance sheet, but also the operations on issuing their own crypto assets as financial instruments, or operations with crypto assets in the interests of bank clients. And we will look at the way we currently see the future regulatory mode for the banks, for which all Basel documents are written for. These are the banks that work actively in international markets, where there's the issue of compatibility of risk assessment and other aspects. Basel Committee says that other banks could have the same regulation if the country is ready to accept it. So this is a kind of image of the future. It may not be a very accurate image of the future. It may change. I will show you an example of how there are complicated problems hiding behind a very simple thing. And so, what consequences can follow? I will show you such one of the hot points. And even if the objective seems very simple, there is no simple solution for this. And then finally, we will come to the Q&A session. I will try to highlight them for you so that you can give it a thought. And during my presentation, you may come up with ideas and comments that you can tell us at the end of our panel. I cannot go over all those questions, but not all of them are equally interesting. The aim is for this document, as all other documents, and is for colleagues to be heard. And our ideas have been heard. For example, in the Basel Committee has quoted some of our comments, and they have led them to taking the decision on what banks should be subject to regulation. And so I hope that this discussion will be fruitful if we can transfer our ideas to the authors of the Basel Committee document. And also the Russian community could give a response to this, to these proposals that we come up with today. So let's start. Where are we now in terms of maturity of regulation? Speaking about other types of assets and risks connected with them, crypto assets are a radically new object for study, and Basel Committee acknowledges that. And they say that the first objective is to monitor the trends, taking place at present. So it does not insist on introducing regulation right now. It is not setting any deadlines. And of course, a lot of work is ahead of us. Now we are only connecting data. Data collection is one of the most difficult exercises that Basel Committee does every half a year, and sometimes more often. On risk assessment, they have different templates for that. They collect the data, discuss it, and they analyze it and make the decisions as to whether it is necessary to adjust regulation. Now they're not talking about adjusting the regulation, but what they need, they need to understand the scale of the problem. And they're trying to outline, as an artist, before actually painting something, they make an outline, make the contours of the future picture, and only then do they take the paints and brushes. And now we are at the stage of making a sketch. And it doesn't mean that this sketch will remain unchanged. I will start by reminding you, or even asking you, who of you have read a short document that was issued by Basel Committee in the form of a news bulletin in March last year? It was devoted to crypto assets. I will put up my hand because I had to do with this text before it was published. And I saw the final wording was different from the first version, but this is one page that will be quoted by the historian of financial regulation as the first step in the long way of designing international regulation of bank activities in the sphere of bank assets. What was this document about? If you have time, you can go to the website of the Basel Committee, and you can choose FinTech rubric there, and there it is. In this document, which was published in March last year, less than a year ago, just after the last year's winter school, this document said that the Basel Committee acknowledges the existence of crypto economy and crypto markets and financial instruments representing this new reality, that potentially they can present a threat to financial stability, which sets the basis for further regulation, although the scale of this threat is not clear by now, and that they have some features that were acknowledged as obvious necessary to start this work. Two of these features were named. They spoke mainly about cryptocurrencies. They are not the instruments that have the standard set of money attributes. And they are not a legal means of payment. This was a fact, and that they were not a safe media of exchange or investment due to inherent risks. Two words, exchange and the store of value. So they acknowledge the fact that these assets are risky as an exchange means and as a store of value. What risks did the Basel Committee see? They are enumerated here, and you see the set is well known. It lists practically all the known bank risks, liquidity, different liquidity, balance and market, credit risk, market risk, operational risks, including the new cyber risk, the money laundering and terrorist financing risk, which is not new for the bank sector, as well as legal and reputational risks. The names are not new, but the content is not the same as what the banks used to have for the past 20 to 30 years of their work. Speaking of the legal risks, during transactions with crypto assets, we were speaking about that last year, if you remember. In that letter or announcement made by the Basel Committee, they proposed a response to those potential risks and threats to financial stability. They asked the banks to wake up to the future dangers, to do an analysis of all risks, not to involve in operations with crypto assets if the bank does not believe that they have enough technical expertise for that. But if they do get involved in such transactions and operations, they should make assess the due diligence as a necessary component of risk management. And they should involve the top management and the board of the bank and into this work, and they should assign the people who will be responsible for these operations. And there is also requirement to disclose information, to publish at the bank website and provide open access to this, the deposits and their operations with the crypto assets, and also set the supervisor aware of the operations that they plan in advance, or at least that the bank is interested in getting involved in such operations. And unlike other bank operations, it is necessary to tell the supervisor of the bank's interest in using crypto assets.
I remember a letter that I received from a bank that does not exist today. So I'm not going to mention the name. It was okay at the time. It didn't lose a license, but it left the market in a different way, in a legal way. The board of directors asked me, the market of cryptocurrencies is growing, the revenues are high. Is it okay to invest the money of the bank into Bitcoin? And he had a number of definite questions, how to include it into their accounting books, into contracts, how to calculate the capitals and assets. And we gave him a very definite answer that these assets are not part of the legal reality, and we cannot answer any of the questions he asked. But we suggested him to think about the risks of handling those operations using the money of the lenders. So this is the example for the last point. And now the main topic for my speech today is the document called a discussion publication, which is not a typical type of text for Basel Committee. It is not only designed for the banks, but also for a wider audience. It was published in December 2019, and comments are accepted until March 13, 2020, so we have about 1.5 months to react to the document. This is the link where you can download the document. It's rather short and easy to read, and it doesn't contain any vague ideas, formulas, or links or references, which happens a lot. It's a very independent document, and it gives a clear idea of this area which Basel Committee is focusing on. The comments are welcome from the following parties. So everyone who wants may comment, and this is not very typical because a lot of publications from the Basel Committee are aimed at experts, banks and regulators, so sometimes scientists, and associations that represent the representatives of market participants. In this document, you will find 15 questions. Actually, there are more questions because some questions include several sentences, interrogative sentences. So one question may include a few questions. You don't have to leave comments for all of them, and some of them are of minor importance. There are interesting questions, and I would like to talk about them and invite you to discuss the questions during panel discussion. So if you would like to react, you can do that privately by sending your comments to Basel Committee. I think there will be a lot of responses, and it will take a long time to process all the comments, and probably by the end of 2020 or the beginning of 2021 we will get some feedback. So I will give you an overview of this document to save your time and attention, and to focus on the most important areas and probably awaken your interest for our discussion. It is very interesting to be part of a process that is just starting, because you can use a little effort to impact the development a lot. So the first question asked by the Basel Committee, and I think this is the most valuable question, is the event to analyze the properties of crypto assets for the purpose of future regulation. This is not a scientific analysis and an attempt to look at crypto assets through different factors and lenses, but that is an attempt to think of the properties that will unite cryptocurrencies, a wide range of cryptocurrencies. Here you can see some names taken from the report. And also there are different certificates, tokens, so on, and other crypto assets that may be circulated. But Basel Committee tries to draw a line between crypto assets and crypto tools, electronic tools that are already familiar in the market. There are 3 properties defined by Basel Committee. And the question is whether these 3 properties are enough. The first one is digital and virtual nature. They are issued, transferred, and traded electronically only, without any paper, cash. Of course, we understand that this is not the only feature of crypto assets, and a lot of securities and financial tools are also digital. That is not new. The new thing is reliance on cryptography, and various methods are used to do that. And the Basel Committee just mentions a few approaches how cryptocurrencies and assets can be protected. So these transactions are stored in a distributed ledger, which can be both open for all new participants or closed and designed for a certain audience or a number of users, and may serve their specific needs. Also, several times in this document they mention that some crypto assets may have higher risks, and they may not be a requirement for a certain issuer, like it happens with the securities, bonds, and other economic tools. So they don't have a specific issuer or a custodian, and they try to draw a line between the existing electronic electronic tools, financial tools that are paperless, and crypto tools. And the question I would like to ask first during our discussion is whether these features are complete and correct, or perhaps we should add something to this description to be able to regulate the crypto assets properly. And perhaps we include some existing electronic assets into the description of crypto assets. Now, talking about the properties, we have to look deeper. So that was kind of a superficial review that is obvious to all the participants of the crypto market. So the properties are quite obvious. But if we look deeper and try to understand what is similar for different crypto assets in terms of their economic nature, Basel Committee makes also quite a superficial analysis, but tries to define the functions of crypto assets, such as payments and exchanges, investment and securities, and a new function, utility access to certain goods or services which is not directly expressed in monetary value. So that's just a utility function. And sources of value of crypto assets, fundamental value, although Basel Committee doesn't use the exact wording, they try to understand why a purely virtual tool that does not exist anywhere except than a record in a ledger, in a distributed ledger, why does it have certain value and attraction for the participants of the market? The first one is expectation of the opportunity to exchange it for other goods and services in the future. So the Basel Committee draws a line between instruments that have internal value or not. And according to the Basel Committee, crypto assets do not have any internal value, which is a very controversial question, because in one of our previous schools we discussed the internal value of crypto assets, and we heard a report about that. Another factor of value is the circulation rules in terms of price stabilization mechanisms. This topic was also discussed in the previous school. We talked about stable points that are definitely accepted by Basel Committee as a certain type of crypto assets. Also, expectation of like current or future cash flows, and also certain technological features that increase the value due to certain limitations in emission or access to the market or circulation or ability to add a lot of new participants to the market who want to trade this asset. For example, we can compare it to the limited editions or issuance of coins, and if they are limited, they have higher value, so a similar thing can be implemented through technological features of crypto assets. The next question we are going to talk about, I hope you will have your opinion on it. Other potential sources of value that are relevant for the crypto assets. So I have an idea in my mind. So I decided to have a discussion with you. I think there are some extra factors of value. By the way, the number of the question in my presentation is the same as it is in the document of Basel Committee. So if you look at the number of the question, it will be the same as Basel Committee gave it. Also, in its report, Basel Committee mentions a few other additional aspects that may affect the risk profile of crypto assets. First of all, they draw a line between crypto asset created by an issuer or unsecured crypto assets, and they suggest to regulate risks connected with these two classes of crypto assets in different ways. Then, in terms of users, it can be general public or a defined user base that use a certain network where crypto assets circulate. The next principle is validators. They can be private ledgers that are accepted to the market without any special permission, or a public ledger. Legal regime in this country where crypto assets are regulated and transactions are regulated. And the final point is transparency, price discovery, timely availability, capitalization, valuation of crypto assets, and other features of securities and derivatives that we normally discuss are also mentioned for crypto assets and whether they are actually relevant for crypto assets. A lot of emphasis is made on audit, especially for crypto assets unsecured by some collateral or whatever. So then Basel Committee discusses a very interesting thing, analysis, an attempt to look at the bank from all possible sides in terms of assets, liabilities, so that to be able to see where risks may come from, not necessarily financial risks, but also reputational risks that banks may incur without any financial losses. But for example, if clients of the bank lose their money due to fraud or certain events in the market, and I tried to classify all the risks. So here you can see my classification. It's not given in the document of Basel Committee. I decided to unite them based on different types of risks or exposures. So the first one is issuing and underwriting tokens or other financial assets that the bank issues itself. I'm not talking about any particular country, that is just a vision that I have, supposing that the banks may deal with any crypto assets. What kind of exposures may it have as a result? So that's direct issuing of crypto assets by the bank, like it happens today with bonds and securities. The next one is underwriting, ICO, from other participants of the market, issuers of cryptocurrencies. That's kind of an investment function. And underwriting SFT with crypto assets. For example, Repo transactions or some other operations where crypto assets are part of the transaction structure. In addition to raising funds, the main risk of the bank that the bank can accept is also owing crypto assets. It can be direct owing if the bank buys crypto assets in its own interest, or it may also buy products based on crypto assets. For example, stock exchange fund that invests into crypto assets. Of course, it's possible to trade crypto assets, so in the interest of the bank or in the interest of the client, and then the bank will be the broker of the client. Of course, lending is a key function of the bank, and when it comes to crypto assets, we carry some market risk. It's interesting to analyze risks connected with lending. The first one is lending for investing in crypto assets. In this way, the bank takes on the credit risk connected with the market risk or other risks connected with crypto assets bought by the creditor. Also, a bank may take crypto assets as collateral and become a collateral lender, and if something goes wrong, crypto assets will stay with the bank, and there are liquidity risks and market investment risks in this case. The bank may also lend to entities dealing with crypto assets, for example, stock exchanges, rating organizations, or companies that provide professional services like consulting or technology services for the participants of the crypto asset market. That is called indirect investment and indirect risk acceptance. And the next one is lending, direct lending in crypto assets. So if the bank owns them, the bank may sell it, lend it. Of course, if this type of lending is allowed in the country. And in addition, the bank may be a depository that stores crypto assets in the interests of the client and makes certain transactions. So it can transfer crypto assets from the issuer to the owner and so on. Also, it can take deposits in crypto assets if the market is so attractive, and maybe it will have lenders and depositors. But I think it's a long-term perspective, but perhaps not so long. And besides, it can accept collateral for the issued crypto assets. So the bank will be a depository custodian by means of storing these collateral. And the function is to provide for a collateral for crypto assets. It can also do clearing operations in the derivatives market, like futures, and also in countries where it is allowed to combine insurance and banking. It can insure against theft or loss of crypto assets due to technical problems or other reasons. And the most important function of the bank is exchange. So, of course, the exchange of crypto assets for fiat currencies and fiat currencies for crypto assets is another source for the bank to get exposed. This is an interesting analysis. I think it's rather full. When I was reading this document and studying this document, I think this list is complete. However, we may know some other channels of exposure for the banks, maybe some unexpected channels that should be discussed. Or perhaps we will make a decision that this analysis is full and we can use this scheme in the future. An interesting question to talk about is how do these exposure channels vary by different types of crypto assets? Because crypto assets may be different, like cryptocurrencies, tokens, other similar tools. Will the risks be the same or different for the bank? So Basel Committee is only planning to research this area. And talking about the operations with cryptocurrencies based on the bank exposure profile that we have spoken about already. So here you can see very familiar categories. I will start from the left top corner, that's liquidity risk, which may exist both in the crypto asset market or in the bank itself, if the bank doesn't have enough crypto assets to pay for its liabilities. Another is a risk connected with volatility and pricing. If there are several places where the same crypto market is traded, the pricing can be different. How can we reevaluate these assets for the bank and for the client? The next one is third-party risk. If there is a third party, we may claim we may have certain claims for the third party, and this includes the risks connected with the problem of defining the price of the credit, because we don't have enough historical data in this market. And of course, when I think about it, the first idea that comes to mind is operational risks connected with the direct loss of crypto assets due to cyber attacks, forks, operational reliability of the network that carries out the operational transactions, The next group is reputational risks, because it's very important. The bank doesn't have any assets protected by patents or licenses, so only ideas, trading ideas, commercial ideas that can generate revenue unless other companies copy them. And reputation is something that connects the bank with its clients and makes bank assets very sensitive to the situation in the bank, unlike securities that are not influenced by the owner. There are a lot of different things that may cast a shadow on the reputation of the bank, lead to the customers, clients running away, and reduce the business of the bank. Also, there are legal risks that include consumer protection, also safeguarding crypto assets. The next one is complications connected with preventing laundering and combating terrorist financing, and the problem that exists in more traditional markets, but maybe to a lesser extent, is cross-border legal issues. I think this may be a very serious risk. So this risk profile looks complete, and it kind of matches the previous slide, but the question is whether we have any extra risks or combinations of risks that are not typical for traditional banking operations and are only exist for the crypto assets, both on the assets and liabilities parts of the balance sheet. I think a very interesting point of my report is about prudential treatment.
Before starting on designing new regulation, we should make sure that we have certain principles that should be used until we complete the design of this regulation. The first principle is the fairness principle. And if this risk of crypto assets is the same as risk of other types of assets, the regulation of this type of assets should be the same. For example, it is the market risk connected with the ownership of crypto assets. The volatility can be very high and there can be problems with the source of value, but we can also still say that potentially crypto assets can be included in the general scheme of bank assets. And they postulate neutrality. And we should neither encourage the use of a certain technology nor discourage using them. It should be neutral in terms of technological nature of these assets. Although it is rather difficult to adhere to this principle, because we have just postulated the dependence of the value of the assets on the technological solutions in the protocols or the market architecture. And if we can pass this edge of the razor, it's arguable. The next principle is simplicity. Regulation should be simple. This principle appeared 7 years ago when they started to develop Basel III. What came out of it, you know very well. And we understood how far we are from the principle of simplicity and compatibility of accession. In particular, they say that the complicated risk calculation models will not be used. There should be a single, simple and conservative mode that can be used by any bank, from a large one to a small one. And another thing that should be pointed out, that we should make a subclass of high-risk operations, which should be especially rigidly regulated, while all others can have more flexible regulation system. And as I mentioned, countries can do what they like. They can either apply very strict regulation, or they can ban some operations on some of the assets and digital instruments. But if they do use those future international standards, they should at least provide for the adherence to those standards. So these are the three principles, and whether they are enough, and that's a question, and to what extent these principles can be followed, it's another question. And we should add something specific for crypto economy to them. One or two other principles which would mark the difference of these kind of assets from all other kinds. As an example, Basel Committee gives a kind of a sketch or a blueprint version of regulation. Those are the assets that follow all four features. These are the assets that are stored as distributed ledger and are cryptographically protected. So this is the major characteristic of all crypto assets to differentiate them from other assets. These instruments are acknowledged as high risk, and they cannot be issued by a specific issuer. So you cannot complain to your counter agent in your transaction or to the issuer of an instrument. These instruments are not provided for in any way, and they are not connected with any real assets that have real value. And now they use the paradigm of the absence of internal or inherent value to these assets. And also, the ownership of these assets may not lead to the appearance of rights and obligations between the holder of this asset, for example, a bank who acted as a broker for their client, and some specific entity that has issued this asset. These are the four things. I think it is a very interesting question for the practice, whether these criteria are enough, sufficient for differentiating between these types of assets for all others, to which the regulation should be less specific. What do they suggest we do in terms of such high-risk assets? These are the approaches that are understandable for those who work in banks and work with risk assessment. The complete coverage of the whole sum of investment in the crypto asset by the most active part of the capital. This works when we use with the assets that are on the balance sheet of the company, such as obligations or loans that the bank holds until they are settled. But what if it is a trade instrument that is intended for hedging or for short-term speculation, or the instrument that the holder has no intention of holding to the very end? For example, to support their own liquidity. So if you bought them for that, the so-called treasury portfolio, they postulate the mode equivalent to the subtraction. It is because it is difficult to provide for this equivalence, and it will mean that there will be high higher rate. The non-acknowledgement of any effects of diversification of these type of assets, such as commodity contracts or securities or monetary instruments. If these instruments have an optional component, then for them there will be an additional risk connected with the option constituent, and this risk will be subject to capital coverage, which is a remaining risk. And it says that how this risk will be calculated by taking 50%, by thinking that it is half of its value of this basis asset, which is at the basis of this asset. And another additional sum taken from the new regulation, even after you have taken into account all netting and margin elements. The crypto assets will not be acknowledged as permissible collateral for any calculations diminishing credit risk. So if you are given such assets as collateral, you cannot use them to diminish the sum of credit risk. And now I'm going to tell you about the discussion in which I took part. And there are several options that are possible, and these options are alternative, and the combinations that can take place are very different. You can deduce from the capital, but it's not clear how. You can use it conservatively as a commodity asset, thinking that it is another kind of commodity that a bank can buy along with orange juice futures. It can be made a separate class of assets, and then the question arises what risk ratio should be used with it. And the first three were addressed to the banks that use the new approach to risk regulation, and the last two are for those banks that use the old type of regulation. And the questions are the same: either deduction from capital or simplified treatment without deduction from capital. And what does it mean to deduce from capital? We can deduce long positions, but what do we do with short positions that have and if we deduce those, it will mean that two minuses will give us a plus. The economic logic is lost here. So here they try to say that only long positions will be deduced from the capital, and the short ones, the plus positions that have option risks, will be calculated separately in the general market risk assessment. So it happens so that we break the possible internal hedging in the portfolio. The short positions will be calculated separately. This is a bad thing. Maybe we should calculate it on the position of the all long positions and short positions and deduce the total from the capital, irrespective of its sign. There is no solution, it's just a discussion. If we look at the coverage of market risk without deduction, what will it mean? There will be a number 12 basket in the calculation of commodity risk with all the ensuing difficulties with scaling of the risk, even if we don't take into account any factors within this basket and other commodity instrument baskets. And so calibrating the risk ratios is a difficult task. The same goes about the making assets, crypto assets, a separate asset. And what I mentioned at the beginning, the Basel Committee calls for the bank to include these risks in their internal procedures and even disclose them according to existing standards. Basel Committee acknowledges the existence of quite a different reality, saying that there are crypto assets that are meant to serve a specific market, for example, interbank calculations, and are used only with this purpose. And naturally, the question remains whether it is necessary to come up with some other regulation mode for crypto assets that are a little less than high risk. And this is all that I wanted to tell you. Now we probably should come over to the discussion. I have highlighted the main questions, and now I invite my colleagues to come to the stage. Konstantin Karyshenko, Sergei Ivlev, and Olga Stepanova, who has participated in many summer schools and also a specialist in bank risk management. I want to remind you that we started this talk from the attempt to define the scope of regulation. And coming over to this topic, the first question is to Konstantin. It is clearly stipulated about the scope of regulation is that the digital currencies issued by the central banks will not be within this scope. So this is about all cryptocurrencies except the digital currencies issued by central banks. If somebody is interested at the central bank website, you can download a research paper on the analysis of prospects of digital currencies issued by central banks. It is open for your access. You can find it there. What do you think? I want to speak a little off this serious and academic line. I remembered an old Soviet joke about conversion. Ivan Ivanov was working at a factory producing children's toys. And he took home different spare parts of those toys. But when he tried to assemble something, he always got a Kalashnikov machine gun. So if we ask a Basel Committee to make a document on the risk assessment of the agriculture, we will get a very similar document, because it's not about assets, it's about the bank. if we replace the object, it doesn't change anything. So it seems to me that if we try to, it is difficult for me to say what risks will change if we replace one asset with another. Because then, so I want to say which two aspects are inherent to crypto assets that are not inherent to any other assets. If you look at the way different assets used in the market, for example, securities, we know that there is the emission that gives you all information you want to know about the security, and then there are regulations of organized or semi-organized market which describe of the way these securities can work in this market. So this is a set of two documents. And in the context of crypto assets, something different arises. There is a kind of a program inherent or an algorithm in these crypto assets. So a crypto asset is a kind of robot. If an ordinary asset is kind of thing that it is easy to predict behavior of, but with crypto assets it's difficult to predict their future behavior and their outcomes. So the main issue that I see is that it is some kind of next level of financial assets. The ordinary assets can give you the rules of issuing, the rules of using. So this is the first thing. And the second thing is connected with the second one, with the first one. We will hardly ever see such huge exposure to technical environment of the functioning of these assets. The crypto assets come together with a kind of environment called blockchain. In blockchain, looks like an open source product, and you cannot even be sure what this environment is. For example, forks or hidden bugs that they contain. So an asset is not a financial asset itself, but it's some complicated evolutioning product. If it's not a thing which is born and dies in the same way, but with crypto assets, we cannot be sure that what you get at the beginning will be the same at the end. So these are the two sides of the coin, and this is the difficulty. Why we remember this parable about blind people trying to describe an elephant, and when nobody could actually describe this elephant. So crypto assets look like this elephant which we are trying to describe, like those blind people. So it seems to me that everything that is written by this Basel Committee, it's all correct. We cannot argue with that. But it's not about assets, it's about the banks. But if we think that crypto assets, by their emergence, will do disintermediation, then if we put crypto assets and banks together, it will be the same as we put water and fire together. You will get vapor. And yesterday I came up with this question. I realized that if we I realized that Basel was trying to measure the unmeasurable.
Konstantin, thank you very much for your story with the machine gun, because when I was reading Basel documents, I had a feeling that Basel Committee has a lot of knowledge about banks, but not too much about crypto assets. And I would like to ask Sergey, probably we don't need to invent a machine gun again and again. Perhaps we can give a reference to another document that describes crypto assets and regulations instead of producing a new document. Perhaps we can use what is already there in the market, like industry standards or some other regulations that already exist. So what is your opinion? Talking about standards, the industry is not as mature as banking. There are some standards that exist in the crypto markets, but they concern security, the storage of keys, and safeguarding so that they don't leak, there is no hacking, and so on. So all the risks are described as cyber risks. But in general, I can say that I'm happy that Basel is pretty strict about crypto assets. It's right, because assets and Bitcoin in it were an alternative to the banking system, and this is a tool for the people but not for the banks. And the less banks interfere, the better it is. And probably there will be client requests, and for example in Germany it is allowed for banks to give custody for cryptocurrencies, and there are certain requirements for insurance and for storage so that banks can reduce their risks and use the currencies. And talking about the properties that Basel doesn't understand, the properties of crypto assets, another one is social phenomenon. So there is a big Bitcoin. There are also Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin Gold, etc. They are almost identical. It's the same code that's copied, but to understand the value of the market, liquidity, it's completely different. So Bitcoin is a stable value, has a stable value, liquidity comparable to shares. It has a regulated market exchange under the New York exchange and in Chicago. So it's a rather stable asset, very similar to commodity. And the second aspect is governance, how this asset is governed, and it's important to understand who has the right to make changes to the code, how these changes will impact technology, and the more different governance we have, the more participants and democracy there is, the more this asset will be similar to a commodity. It doesn't have an issuer, it doesn't have credit risks. And if cryptocurrency is not very well developed and has centralized governance and a company that says what everyone has to do, the more it will be similar to security, because there will be an issuer. Thank you very much. It's an interesting observation, which is hard to push to the bank regulators, because a main feature of crypto assets is democracy, and the best way to express it is to say that it's a storage of the results of transactions in a distributed ledger. So Olga, I would like to ask you, you have a lot of experience in commercial banks and you are responsible for risk management. If we suppose that banks don't have any motivation to get involved in large transactions with crypto assets except for at the request of the customer. So if these crypto assets are assets but not a way of payment, so in this case, do you think such criteria will allow to include crypto assets into the existing risk management processes before there are rules and standards and whatever, because the risks may arise much faster than the documents regulating them? I wanted to say, to share the opinion of my colleagues. When I was reading this document, my impression was a memory of Platonian person, because Basil starts the page that there is no definition of crypto asset, and therefore it becomes unclear if we don't know the elephant, because risk management and regulation have to be applied to a certain object. If we cannot describe and understand this object by means of a definition, it's very unclear how to use any type of regulation for it. My second idea was in the middle of the document. It came up in the middle of the document. So you were talking about the sources of exposure and working with crypto assets, the list of risks, and I had an impression that there is another relevant joke, how a student knew only one question on biology about fleas, and so he didn't have any experience, and he used his very narrow experience to answer all questions of the exam. And I had the same idea that there is not enough experience in the area of crypto assets. And since we don't have any experience or too much experience with crypto assets, we use our previous experience about banks in general for the idea of crypto assets. So coming back to risk management, as a practitioner, I don't have enough knowledge about crypto assets to create or generate a new feature. But I would like Basil to pay more attention. I would like Basil to pay more attention to one characteristic of crypto assets, that's distribution of the crypto assets. And if we were dealing with an object before that was very well defined and it was issued by a certain party, so we had a fixed price, more or less, yeah, which is a result of many factors and objects, and I know how to measure this price. But when it comes to crypto assets, they are distributed, and as a result, it belongs to nobody. And even if I can measure this risk, I don't know who to claim for the risk. And I can give a practical example. It's already happening, and it is expressed as a legal risk. The problem recently, we had a trial with Vinnik And what's happening is this: a person broke the law of one country, at the same time he is a citizen of another country, he was arrested in the third country and extradited to the fourth country. And each of these four countries have their own legislation that contradict each other, and they try to use this legislation for one person. So this is one example of what kind of problems we are going to face. Yeah, it's a very vivid example of how an individual may have complications during some legal problems if there are losses connected with crypto assets. I would like to talk about one or two more questions today. So this is the question. As we said before, when such open documents are written for comments from the public, we think more about the object of the risk rather than the nature of the risk. And based on what was said in this document as the channels of loss distribution or threats for the banks in case of operations with crypto assets, do you think we have to mention something that is not listed in this document? Is there any other specific nature of the crypto tools that may lead to unexpected combinations of risks? For example, a combination of two banking operations, of taking deposits and giving loans together may lead to a higher risk. So I think what we have seen before is the vision of traditional banks and banking operations. Do you think there might be some other banking operations that banks could do with the crypto assets that don't fit into the traditional picture? First of all, I would emphasize 2 points. The first is that causes my concern is how to make a balance and how to cancel certain transactions if something went wrong. And is it possible that something goes wrong with the system? Because in bank it happens a lot, and bank officers feel that they have to make certain amendments to the operations that were recorded previously. And if that's not possible, it looks very suspicious. And another thing connected with uncertainty of the operations. So it's not clear whether a transaction has happened or not. And to sum up what I said, it boils down to the risk of attack of the 51%. It's hard to imagine when it comes to traditional assets, but I think when it comes to technological risks, we can see that there are such risks, like forks of Bitcoin. Of course, there is a big marketing and social aspects connected with these assets, but the reason of these forks is in the disagreement of a certain group of developers and users with a certain technical feature that is inherent to the asset itself. So with the protocol, so we have a protocol like the rules for transaction, and if we try to change them, we have a discussion or an argument. I can give you an example of a risk that happened in India during issuing of physical money, coins. There was one coin, so it had an elephant on one side, and the mint that was producing those coins had some kind of fault, production fault, and this elephant didn't have the nose. And if we imagine a picture of the elephant without a trunk, it looks a lot like a pig. And issuing a coin with a pig on it resulted in a rebellion. So there was a technological risk in the production, and a similar thing may happen with blockchain, and an elephant will turn into a pig. And like we had Bitcoin Gold, and it was not proper quality of the coin, so this technological risk is imminent to the crypto assets. I think that. So, to sum up with your previous comment, it's difficult to see crypto assets as a currency that is independent from the conditions of issuance and from the rules of issuance, because every crypto asset has a lot of unique features. So it's technological, governance, and regulation risks. I think these are three aspects that are dominant over all other aspects. Yeah, I would like to draw your attention that nothing is said in this document about a very important property, is immutability of the results of transactions. And if the transaction is incorrect according to two parties, maybe there was fraud, and both parties want to cancel the transaction. In the existing systems, that's impossible. Only losses can be compensated by means of a new transaction, but to cancel the old transaction is not possible. And everything listed here is based on the immutability of transactions. And I think this observation should be sent to the authors of this report. So when we talk about finance, it comes, so they are final. So the transactions are all really final. Then I have a question to Olga about the same group of questions. We understand that we don't have a lot of experience of transactions, but still, are there any expectations in the industry which may be the main factor of exposure? Will it come from the banks that want to make money on the reducing interest rates, or will it probably be dominated by the client interests if we talk about investments or speculations? I would like to talk about speculations because, in my opinion, banks do have interests in crypto assets. Like you said in the beginning of your presentation, already a few years ago, banks were interested and they wrote you a letter about cryptocurrencies. And I think in the near future, first of all, there will be some market transactions with these assets. But I think the government now has a lot of influence and has almost forbidden transactions with crypto assets because there is no legal basis for them. And another thing is there is a problem of pricing for crypto assets. Also, should they be included into the bank books and trading books? So there are a lot of problems which lead to one another, and they slow down the speculative process with the crypto assets. But probably this will be the most attractive thing for the bank, and they can get extra marginal profit based on volatility. But now it's forbidden, and the banks will be moving in the direction of risk operator. I think banks will use it as an attempt of certain electronic interaction with the customer in a new technology form, and OP risk will be important in this case. And I think that what I didn't like was that Basel Committee tried to take a tool and only talk about the familiar risk factors or types of risk. And I had an impression that they took Basel II or maybe Basel III, and they instead of asset they used crypto asset, and they didn't change anything. But I believe the problem is to describe the elephant, and we don't know what kind of elephant we are dealing with, and I'm sure that this elephant will lead to new types of risks that we have to take into account. And the last question I would like to ask to each of the participants about the elephants. There are different types of elephants of different size, and I have a feeling that all crypto assets are different. And when we try to divide them into two categories, high risk and low risk, I think this is what the authors of this document are trying to do. So I would like to ask your opinion as experts in the markets. Maybe Sergey, first of all. Is there any reason why we can divide all the crypto assets into certain groups that can be regulated as highly risky assets? Or maybe it's more of an imagination and we still need to study this market more and see how assets that are risky today become less risky in the future. So is there any distinction? So as far as I understand, they are trying to divide stable coins that have collaterals or some other way of stabilizing them. But for the high risk assets, I think there's a wide spectrum of currencies and assets is there. Almost all the crypto assets are high risk, and there's a huge variety. There are tokens, platform tokens, utility tokens for certain services, anonymous coins for settlements. So there's a whole wide range of assets, and it depends on the purpose of the asset, its governance, liquidity, the market and pricing. So Bitcoin can be a kind of anchor, and all the other crypto assets. So Bitcoin can be a kind of basic asset, and other risks can be expressed relevant to Bitcoin. And then everything that's on one side is a low risk asset, and everything that's on the other side is a high risk asset. And but we know that these threshold effects are rather painful for the participants of the market, because some of them think it's unfair. But the other thing is that if we try to, we can say that there are stabilized crypto assets, and then the criteria that describes them should be used for them specifically, but not for all the other assets. I would like to share a different point of view. So we were talking about behavioral approach with Sergey, but I suggest to look from the point of view of monetary theory. So currency was appeared as a means of exchange. So in English it's called monedas, and I think it's a very good indicator of the risk. For example, I would divide crypto assets with a limited and unlimited volume of issuance. If they are limited, they don't need to worry, because they have deflation effect and they will never turn into money by definition. Adaptive objects that don't have any limitations of issuance. So we know all the inflation stories and kings that had a lot of unsecured securities, and at a certain point it was a risk. And what's happening today in Japan and US and Europe. And so the second feature is a quasi-empirical or theoretical target for the volume of this object that provides the demand for this object. So if we issue a coin to pay in any cafe, we have to measure the amount of coffee drunk, and we have to compare the amount of coffee with the amount of coins. So, like Friedman said in his theory. So I think there is not much to argue about. It's just based on the monetary circulation theory. If we believe that crypto assets are a financial instrument. It's a very interesting comment. The only problem is that for the bank that operates in the market, these things can be unattainable and unmeasurable because it doesn't have the information required to answer this question. So it has to be provided by higher authorities that have macroeconomic information, like the number of cups that people drink every day that can be paid by the cryptocurrency.
In this part, what we are facing now and what changes the model drastically is that we are coming to a situation when the differentiation between the financial asset and money is disappearing. And the usage of this asset in a new quality is an issue that needs solution for us to be able to assess the risk in a qualitative way. So when we pay money for an object, that's one thing. But when both become the same thing, then it changes the picture. The commodities accept the functions of money in this case. So the question to Olga now, as to somebody who works in a bank and who wants to be able to predict high risk before it emerges. Can you now see the signs of high risk in those crypto assets? I actually perceive this text in a different way, and it seems to me that it is not an attempt of Basel to stipulate that among those assets there are those that are more risky than others. It seems to me that among all assets, which I don't think is possible, it's an attempt to say that some of these assets are of lower risk than others. As a risk manager, I don't support this idea because, in my view, if we want to to cure a person in a good way, a person with a headache, of course we should diagnose the reason for this headache, and one patient will need a pill and another will need an operation. But here we are at the stage of treating a person with a stone, hitting them on the head with a stone. And in this case, we really need the reason for this headache. It doesn't matter if the only means that we can use is a stone on the head. I want to say that if the head is a square shape, then you can use a stone on the head treatment. The second thing I want to say is that my teachers told me that when you're doing something, ask yourself why you're doing this. And I want to say that the driver for declaring some assets lower risks than others is the lack of capital, because this is all done for charging capital. And so if we realize that we lack capital, and then maybe we should do that until we face with this situation, until the volume of those operations is not that high. And I don't see any sense in trying to divide those assets into high risk and lower risk. Thank you very much for this weighted capital, and saying that until this problem is ripe, maybe it doesn't make any sense to deal with it. But maybe so I'm suggesting a more conservative approach to all assets, not trying to divide them into better ones and worse ones, treat them all as high risk. Maybe Basel will like this comment. Don't try to divide your sheep into black and white ones, and consider all sheep or all swans black ones. Dear colleagues, unfortunately, we're very short of time. I want to thank the participants of this panel for their very interesting comments from all different spheres. And I think that if we transcribe them and send them to Basel Committee, they will make a valuable contribution. Thank you to the audience. And now I'm going to announce the lunch in the ground floor, there is a canteen that is waiting for you. But now, please leave the translation devices in the hall. Please leave them here. Because last year, unfortunately, we lost 2 of them, and we risk not having the equipment next year. I want to introduce the next speaker. It is our colleague from Moscow, the Stepan Gershuni, the founder of Crudentia company, who is going to issue certificates for the participants of this winter school. Thank you very much. Actually, I see that not everybody is back from lunch, so I'll just start with the not essential things. I'll tell you about my background. I've been into different crypto projects. You see here the logo of Crypto Economics Research Group. It's an online discussion and different forums on the idea of crypto economy, on applying different economic principles to the construction of decentralized systems. And we have conferences on this in Moscow about once a month. And the next is on digital identity. And Crudentia is a company that creates digital credentials, and I will tell you about what we have done. For example, we have issued digital diplomas. Several universities are using them. I will talking about it tomorrow. And so I will also tell you about some other cases of applying digital credentials in the world and businesses and different official processes. And coming to the topic of my presentation is self-sovereign identity and digital credentials. Self-sovereign identity and verifiable credential is a standard or technical implementation of an idea that was created by the community and was realized as a consortium standard and is now actively used and applied in different countries like the US and in different industries. So we have an issue. The internet, when it was created, it didn't have a level of the identification of users. It only has IP addresses and keys, and they cannot identify the user of the system in any way. So today, in the world, the majority, most of the work with documents and facts of a person takes place in an electronic form, even if it is documents like passports or certificates or diplomas that are printed on paper. So the paper document can have the legal power, but the whole process of this document creation and approval, in most cases, is done electronically. Even the receipts and transport tickets are also on paper, but it's also done in information systems. But there is no unified standard that anybody can use, and thus we have a number of issues. Fraud, firstly, or lack of care that can happen to paper documents or decentralized document usage. This could be human factor or fraud, bureaucratic errors, because in every case it is a separate system and these systems are not connected with each other, and integrating those systems is a very expensive task. For example, information systems that banks have, and the majority of the funds allotted for those systems are spent on integrating those systems. And in my view, the most important problem is that today's type of document flow is incompatible with digital economy or digital life in general. So we have PDF scans, for example, that people can use to prove some facts about themselves. But a PDF scan has no semantic structure that can be used to find this document. It has no description as to what field means what. So first you have to transcribe it into text, then you search it for the text, and with different fonts it will look differently. So what we actually need is a standard that can enable us to use machine recognition of those documents. First and foremost, it's algorithms that work with facts. So everything that is created in the internet and in different information systems should be compatible with machine algorithms. So I'll start with the concepts. I have a minimum program. I think that it will not be enough for me the time I have will not be enough for me to tell you the whole idea of self-sovereign identity. What I can do is give you the definition of the major words and concepts that exist in this field. And then we'll have a panel that can add something to it. And this is a very big topic. It develops very fast. And the aim of my presentation is to stir your interest to it, and then you can go on researching the topic. Another thesis is that blockchain as a technology originally was viewed in the same way as a cryptocurrency, because blockchain means some distributed, immutable database that can provide for consensus and create a decentralized currency. Although I am sure that the potential of cryptocurrencies is great, still I believe that in short term, on the horizon of 5 to 10 years, the greatest influence on the economy and the life of people will be the application of blockchain, not by means of currency, digital currency. And maybe the ideal world from the point of view of Bitcoin is when 5 or 10 or 50 or 100% of the economy will be replaced by Bitcoin. And maybe theoretically it is possible, but it is not something that will happen in 5 years' time. This is a very lengthy process of a transformation of the world economy. So, what I am talking about is the use of blockchain to verify and confirm the identity is something that is in demand today. This is a sphere that requires urgently a change and innovation, and it is really a problem that is very relevant now from the point of view of the state and some complicated bureaucratic mechanisms and large corporations. And let's talk what solution is of this is offered by self-sovereign identity concept. So what is identity? Identity? So I will... Self-sovereign identity is not a technology, it is an ideology. Like cryptocurrencies. It's something not specific, it's not a line in the code, and it's not an implemented protocol. Self-sovereign identity is the idea that a person and the facts about this person or the object, whether this is a person or a certain object like a smart fridge or some organization, and the information on this object or subject are fully controlled by this entity. And this is in complete contrast to the existing system when all this data is controlled by a certain system. For example, I have an account in the Google, and Google owns my identity and all identification means like passwords and so on. Or maybe there is some state service, and through this service I can use some different other services. And the idea of self-sovereign identity is decentralization of this process through a clear division of this process into several groups of users. Here it is not necessary that we have some chaotic anarchist model with where the state is not included at all, like trust anchors. This is a system to how to make a system a digital system so that it would support the existing processes in a more efficient way. Here you see a scheme of self-sovereign identity is a stack of technologies. We are interested in 4 levels of this stack. There is the base level, is blockchain. It is necessary in this concept for a lot of actors to be able to work on the same range of data, and blockchain would make sure that this data is synchronized. Another great thing about self-sovereign identity is that blockchain can be any kind. If we need immutable and reliable data protected by 50,000 mining dollars, we can use Bitcoin as the most reliable one. If we are after speed and the volume of information and we don't have a lot of money, we can use some private or consortium blockchain. If we need something in the middle, we can use any other blockchain, Cosmos or Ether or any blockchain. There are special blockchains that focus on the topic of identity and information storage. The most well-known project and the technically advanced one is the company's name is Everneem, and the project is called Sovereign. It is based on Hyperledger architecture, but it's changed in many ways, and a lot of features have been added to it to work with digital identity. A level higher than blockchain is synchronized identifiers. It is a standard which hasn't yet been accepted by W3C, and it's in process, and in about a year and a half's time it will be accepted as a standard. It will describe the identifier of the object, and I will have several slides about it. This stack is only about how to identify a user of a system, so that everybody else would be sure that it is exactly this person or this object that they say they are. And at the same time, their privacy and anonymity would be preserved. Another level, which is still higher, stack 3. And it is also a good thing that all these things are divided into several layers, and it doesn't get mixed in the single system into all these levels can be interchangeable, and this gives different examples of companies that are trying to solve this. The third level is decentralized key management, and it is about the identifiers on the second level proving themselves. They have some keys, and it is about how they manage those keys. If we take a centralized PKI system of public key, come over to a decentralized system. This concept is called DPKI, decentralized public key identity, and this is the layer which is not yet completed because it is a very difficult task and also a very important one because it's about security. And there are several good examples in this layer too. And the top of this iceberg is verifiable credentials. This is a standard that describes some facts that can prove their identifications. Verifiable credentials is the most ready level of all these, and it is already accepted as a standard, and it is now used commercially. We have now examples of how it is used in Russia, of how paper documents are transferred into digital forms. There is an example of Singapore, where all education system is using in this standard. All documents in the systems are issued electronically. There is a company that keeps records about migrants in the US, and there are other projects, different projects of the Euro Commission, and moreover, there is a report of the European Commission where they divide the usage of this technology into different parts. And the conclusion of this report is that the digital documents is the most actual and useful and necessary development for this technology, blockchain for public services, that can positively affect the economy of the European Union. And now a little about the verifiable credentials, what it looks like and what it consists of.
We have 3 participants in the system, and they are identifiers. So the scheme of credential and the participants are issuer of a certain fact that states a certain fact about another person. Usually that's the state or a company, but actually it can be any other person too. For example, there is a concept called the web of trust, where trust to the user depends on other users who say, yes, I know him, and Vasya, like Mike. In the same way, I can give a certain fact or create a credential for myself. And the question is, where does trust come from? For example, I say I completed Harvard University or MIT, and I can get a diploma from MIT. Like, what did I say? What was funny? That MIT gives out diplomas to anyone who is asking. So, like Sergey said, everyone who comes to Perm Winter School this year will have a blockchain certificate, and you can store it, you can share it on Facebook, it will stay with you forever because it's recorded on a public blockchain, and we will try to make it as beautiful as possible. So it looks like NFT token, but it's not the same. The idea is that token is an asset and it has a certain value, but the fact doesn't have any monetary value. You cannot sell it. For example, if I completed MIT and somebody breaks my wallet and steals this token, nobody wants it because it just says that Stepan completed a certain school or university. There is no value in it for someone else. So there is the issuer of certain data. It can be any digital identifier. There's a holder, like the subject of the fact. It can be a diploma for a student or a license issued to a company to conduct certain type of activity. It may be a fact that I know you and you're a good person, given from one person to another person, and there is a third party, a verifier, that consumes this data and that needs this data and that wants to check this data. For example, if we talk about education, verifier can be the employer, and the employer needs to understand what kind of competencies a candidate has. And if we talk about an employer, we can divide them into different categories based on the facts about the candidate. So it can be a university, a formal organization with the signature and the stamp, MIT, everyone knows it. So I include a diploma from MIT into my electronic CV. But today, not only diploma matters when you are hired by the company. For example, certain previous experience is important, or maybe some online training. And this online training may be important, like product management skills that I got from Go Practice. So Go Practice can also give a certificate that is important in case of employment. Also, it may be a skill I acquired on my own, like programming, and I wrote a neural network or a library, and I learned to do it on my own. I used open source, and this is a skill that could be useful for me as a candidate in case of employment. And I can also demonstrate this fact by giving myself a document saying that I can work with Python or some other language, and as a proof I can attach the code that I created. So I don't need an authorized person to confirm my credentials. For example, I can write. So as long as I can say something about myself and prove it and attach some proof, So you can see there is the issuer, holder, credential, subject, and evidence is a kind of proof that I own this fact. Or for example, there is a chemical company, Sibur, which gives digital certificates for each participant of the course, and a 3-minute video that shows the acquired skills much better than just the document itself. So it's hard to judge based on a paper, but if there is a video, it confirms qualifications much better. And there are a lot of interesting opportunities with this scheme. By the way, how much time do I have left? There is an idea of zero-knowledge presentation. A popular example, if I buy cigarettes or beer, a barman may ask me to show my passport. And the only thing that the barman or the seller need to know is that I'm older than 18. And I can use cryptography in this case without showing them any other details about myself. So these ideas have a very simple and practical utility in terms of privacy, because a lot of interactions happen with strangers just once or very rarely. So I don't need to disclose a lot of unnecessary information like my passport scans or some other sensitive information when I only need to prove that my currency is above a certain level, or at the bar I need to prove that I'm older than 18 or some other cases. So usually we disclose a lot more information with PDF or electronic documents. So verifiable credentials have a structure with separate element for each type of information in your passport, and they are stored separately, like separate fields, and you can disclose them separately, you can sign them separately, you can check them separately. As a result, privacy is much higher. What I was talking about was verifiable credentials, the higher level of the stack, which is almost ready and has a very practical mass application. But the value of SSI is in the comprehensive system, and I think it will not take a long time before the entire system has been developed. And now let me talk a little bit about decentralized identifiers and their role. So these are the identifiers that are used to carry credentials. So if anyone knows a good translation of credential into Russian, you are welcome to advise me. So identifier is simply a pair of keys, very standard, very familiar. There is a public address or a public key that I use to interact with the world, and also a private key that I don't show to anyone and I use to identify myself as a person. There are several principles underlying the concept of decentralized identifiers. One of them, the first one, is that a human is not their digital representation. So the fact that I have my private key doesn't mean that everything signed by this private key is me, or that me is what is signed by the private key. But this is my method to establish contacts with other participants. So I don't have just one identifier for all cases. For each interaction, I have a separate identifier. And I choose, for example, when interacting with the banks, do I want to share or disclose information about all other identifiers? For example, identifiers that I use to get a driving license or to interact with my family. So the aim of this decentralization and higher control is higher control over your data. So identifier of a holder and identifier of the organization establish a channel between them. So it's a pair of keys, and just like with PGP, we can exchange messages, encrypted messages that are encrypted by means of a private key. And as a result, I have a lifelong channel to communicate with any participant of the system. And they don't have to register in a special SSI application. They can use a Bitcoin wallet or a digital signature or any other digital signature algorithm that you like. It may be Ghost or CDSA, whatever. It doesn't matter. Any blockchain can be used, and any cryptography. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about how to manage the keys. The problem is that now there are several levels of working with the keys. So I have a device that stores information. I signed, then there is a cloud service that is an intermediary that stores information from my device and transfers it to blockchain service, because my device cannot be online 100% of the time, and I have to be able to maintain this interaction all the time. And this system is based on blockchain that records the status of data and confirmation. Another problem in the technology stack that I showed before, there is the centralized key management level, which is the least prepared part of the entire system, and it describes how to work with keys. And this is not just the problem typical for self-sovereign identity, it's typical for the majority of crypto projects, because there are users, blockchain users are pairs of keys, and people, humans, are not always specialists in digital security, and they don't know how to work with these keys sometimes. So it's important for them to know how to generate keys, how to store keys, and how to restore them in case they are compromised or lost. And there is a project called Hyperledger Indy, which experiments with different ways of solving this problem. For example, there is a problem of restoring keys. Now the majority of crypto wallets use certain phrases. When I record 12 to 14 words. I find the paper with the words and I use them to restore my Bitcoin wallet. There are more interesting and more available ways, like social recovery, when I use my acquaintances to share the key. So the key to the wallet or identity can be divided into several pieces. I can give them to different friends and family and appoint a password. And if I have 3 pieces out of 5, I can restore the key if my computer was lost or burned down or something. But 2 of these people who have pieces of the key will not be able to restore it without me knowing about that. And perhaps it wasn't very logical. My presentation was not very logical, but at the end, I would like to say why we need this. Here you can see a definition I found on ssimeetup.org. It's a meetup, online meetup. People have webinars a few times a month, different companies, different researchers who make projects on SSI. If you're interested, you can go online. They have all the slides, and I used some of them in my presentation, and these webinars are available in a recorded form. Especially, it's interesting to see real cases of using this technology in different countries. So the idea of SSI is ability for people to create, manage, and control their own credentials, just like they do with their physical ones. But with added cryptographic superpowers, because in the internet, paper doesn't work. And for the internet, we need a new way to cooperate and to prove some information about ourselves. And I guess if I still have a little bit of time, I would be happy to answer some of the questions that you have. Hello, my name is Michael. At the moment, we have at least 2 good standards for managing keys or proving X590 and PGP. We have certain registries for both standards. For each case, we have a separate registry and they work. We can use a private key to identify data, and this data can be checked by a public key or can be encrypted by the public key and decrypted by the personal. Why do you need a blockchain? We already have registries. We have those who issue data. Why do we need a blockchain? It's a key question. It's not necessary. Blockchain is not necessary, and it's definitely not a replacement for X590 or PKI or PGP. So there is a concept called the web of trust. When I trust my ownership of this key by a number of acquaintances who can prove it, the idea of SSI is based on the idea of web of trust. And largely it is written by the same people who developed these standards 20 or 30 years ago. At that time, there was no blockchain, and Web of Trust has been rather successful. Blockchain. So there are two things. The difference between SSI and decentralized identifiers from the regular infrastructure of keys is that there is a standardized format of recording data, and there is a semantic recording for each field, so it's a kind of extension. And blockchain is used for two functions. The first one is lifelong storage of the information. So blockchain is a very effective database which is distributed and which provides economic incentives to a lot of users. So the information will be stored much longer than a centralized registry. And the second function is decentralization of this register. If I have to prove, so I can use electronic signature to authorize a certain record and to prove its legal value, but I cannot check the current status based on the signature. For example, there is a diploma issued by and identified by the key, but then perhaps it is withdrawn by the university, or a woman changes her surname after she gets married. So I cannot, so the status of the document may change. Maybe I have a certificate of property, but I don't own this apartment anymore. But blockchain provides synchronization of data between different users and a consensus, and I can have a single register of the current status of changes and updates for a certain fact. It's not the question about SSI, it's the question of creating a decentralized system. Why should we have it? Usually to avoid a single point of failure, because as long as the register is stored by one organization that is responsible, this organization has complete access to it, it can change it, and other users will suffer. So this centralized fiat system works well, but the idea of Bitcoin is to get rid of intermediaries who can block your bank account. So the ideology is the same. Hello, my name is Andrei Klimenko. We are going to continue with the discussion, and I would like to invite the participants.
We are going to continue the same topic, and at the end of our discussion you will have an opportunity to ask additional questions. So let's try to develop this topic. I invite Mikhail Nikulin, Alexey Antonov, and Konstantin Karyshenko. Can we have more microphones, please? So, we're going to discuss the digital identity or decentralized digital identity. And I want to start. Usually at the beginning of the discussion we have to decide what terms we use. Recently I was asked to give a lecture to school children on blockchain. And so I'm going to read you the information that I was sent. Blockchain is a distributed database that the data serving devices are not connected to one joint server, and you cannot change or add any or cancel any records. So you create the block, and each next block has information on the parents, and the user of the system see all the number of all blocks but have access only to their blocks. So of course I threw it away. So our topic is decentralized identity. I would like each of you to give their definition, your definition to what decentralization is. Whether it is administrative decentralization, or so. What do you think? I will stick to the same line I've been holding before. For me, decentralization is an attempt to cancel the control of what people have created themselves, like the government. And the forms and methods of doing this can be different. And in this case, it is an attempt to apply certain technical tricks in a good sense. If we speak about decentralization in a good sense, I would look at it through the prism of efficiency. If we develop our world through decentralization, for things to work better, in a faster or in a fairer way, and more efficient way. Speaking about decentralization, we have to say it's this decentralization. What? It's decentralization is a distribution of functions among some participants. When we speak about the participants, so here it's the root of the issue with it. Because we have to clearly understand who the function is distributed among. Speaking about ideal decentralization, it is a single layer system where each participant performs the same functions. So there are no participants who are doing something and who are out of it. There are developers and there are common users who use those products. For example, if we look at different blockchains, usually there are some stakeholders and functions divided among those stakeholders. And decentralization has to be viewed in the context of whether those functions are distributed evenly among the stakeholders. Without stakeholders, it makes no sense to raise the issue of decentralization. Lots of things are called decentralization, but those systems may not be decentralized, although they declare it. We should always bear in mind this. Decentralization, I think, it is a political term. The best technical definition of a decentralized system that I have seen is the absence of single points. A bank, for example, has specific points of refusal, and Bitcoin has fewer such points of refusal. So Bitcoin is a more decentralized system. Bitcoin is probably the most decentralized blockchain that we have. What is a point of refusal in a bank? Do you agree that a bank is a point of refusal? You see, if we speak in these terms, we can speak about the consumer, producer, and intermediary. In an ideal system, we can look at it as a peer-to-peer system of everything for everyone. When I can offer it to somebody, and this can also happen in a direct way. While it is, as it is difficult to do that technologically, the world has created intermediaries who have certain competencies and who can provide for the connection between the two. So the bank has usually performed two main functions. Firstly, the trust risk management, and the second function is transforming material objects into immaterial ones. The banks appeared in the time of the Crusades, when the knights were traveling and they didn't have to carry their goods with them, and they took IOUs from some orders. And the points of failure were those intermediaries in those cases. In a bank, the point of failure is its balance sheet. And it's not by chance that Bitcoin is considered to be an ideal version of bank accounting. I would agree that the distribution of this register is an attempt to avoid the risk of losing the balance sheet. If the bank balance sheet is the point of failure, can Bitcoin fail? Of course it can, because Bitcoin has other points of failure. For example, miners, developers, and holders, the internet through which Bitcoin works, providers that control the internet, or the state that controls the providers, or the international consortiums that control all the previously mentioned ones. What about this? If we take a bank as a balance and its balance sheet as a point of failure, Bitcoin cannot fail. Bitcoin can have this disease, and it's clear that every system developed through crises, but a crisis is a failure of something. It seems to me that as somebody who graduated from the Department of Cybernetics or Computer Technologies in the Moscow State University, I went through this stage of fighting between the centralizing and decentralizing. We have personal computers or a network or a cloud. We are just going through another stage where there is no fairness, fraternity, and so on. But this system is inaccessible, as inaccessible as it was 1,000 years ago. So we shouldn't take decentralization as something binary. Even a little movement towards it can open a lot of interesting opportunities and generally improve the situation. But we cannot talk about some ideal decentralization, and it's not clear that whether it's possible at all. But some steps that are being made towards it are necessary. Here, if I understand correctly, now you are head of a crypto fund and a traditional fund. So a crypto fund, is it a good thing? There is no difference between them at all, because the structure of a fund, you have to be within the legal framework of what was built before you. And the difference is only that you use some crypto assets. Thanks heaven, we are already have already overcome the wish to decentralize anything. And now we have a DeFi system with Ethers. I would turn the situation with the crypto fund. It's even less decentralized as traditional funds. Crypto fund holds crypto assets under its control, and it has the key of the wallet. And decentralization in terms of financial markets. The decentralization that is happening in the financial market at present is the going back from that decentralization that was before. If you remember the crisis of 2008, it was connected with a great number of derivatives in the exchange sphere, and regulators and central banks couldn't control those volumes, and they think that the risk came from there. As a consequence, they decided to centralize all these derivatives around exchanges, and they created a central counter agent. It's actually hyper-centralization, and financial markets have come to a point where these counter agents induce the greatest amount of risk. And even now, the centralized system is has to search for some form of decentralization. And those bitcoins give some hint as to where this all can move. And they will have to move that way. We spoke a little bit about financial markets here, and I really liked how Stepan gave an introduction to this topic. The most well-known application of blockchain is cryptocurrency, but there are other applications, and one of them is decentralized ID. We started with the definition of decentralization, and now I want you to give your definition as to what this digital ID is. Is it a copy of myself in the digital world? And does it mean that in the future I will not need a passport issued by the state? Or whether it is several digital identities that I myself create, or a number of identities that somebody else creates for me? I will try to repeat over the past decade, there have been arguments about this. Actually, there have been shifts in all these ways, but the most sensible idea of a digital ID is not the copying of myself in some digital form, but on the other way around. Digital identity already exists. Everybody who has a Google ID or Facebook ID, this is the digital identity that they have. These are traces in the internet that multiply and grow. The problem is that they all exist inside some centralized corporations or the state. And this is the point of failure. Today, Google has this kind of policy. Tomorrow, it can change its policy. Today, some state register has one policy, and then the head of this department doesn't like me, and they write that my flat is not my flat anymore. And so the digital ID is there to solve the issue with control, so that I cannot say where my apartment is. But there should be some source of trust where all person can can either prove their claim in a cryptographic or legal way or disprove it. As there are many spheres of life, it is obvious that it should not be just one personality. There is a state register, and there is a dating website, there are universities, and an online game. So I have 4 different spheres where I have 4 different personalities, and they don't need any additional connection between them, apart from it being me as a physical person. And can you alienate your digital identity from yourself or give it to somebody else? It is an interesting point. In FSF standard of decentralized ID, there is a so-called trusted personalities. For example, children or which means that all those people cannot control their actions, and parents have to make some solutions for their children. And apart from that, there is an identity for a car. There is a car, self-driving car. It can take somebody somewhere. I, on the one hand, am the owner of it, but still it has some life of its own. It can sign up as a taxi, for example, and start earning money, like Tesla model that they are trying to make. The digital identity is like 10 years ago, when Bitcoin appeared. What did we understand by digital money? It is some digital record in some register of some legal entity, be it a PayPal or a bank, where you have some money. And we understood this essence by digital money. And now, when we speak about digital identity, we are coming back to the same concept. We have some record stored by some validator who has verified that me is me. When Bitcoin appeared, the concept of digital money was turned upside down. It turned out that digital money could be independent. When you have a record, and this record doesn't mean that you should have some legal entity that would prove that you own this money. And the record you have Bitcoin is already money. A record in the database of a bank means that there is some money, rubles or dollars, on my bank account. A Bitcoin, in this sense, is autonomous. It does not depend on any outside factors. And I believe that the main key to this single-tier system is when we draw parallels, when we can build such a digital identity that would be autonomous and that would not require any legal entities as validators or any other stakeholders that would prove my identity. The question is that whether this system will ever appear that will be autonomous, or maybe it will be some platform for discussion. Somebody writes, "I'm not a fool," and the state writes, "No, you are a fool," and you can see the discussion. So they just do not rewrite this record in your field, but there is some space for the extent of influence, your address. We all understand that these digital identities, we have lots of them. Now, an American company costs $3 billion because they can manipulate those data, and this is how they earn all that money. There are very many such registers, and we cannot control them. And whether we can get some good register that everybody will agree with is a question. Now let's divide between the flies and the meatballs. And if a record is a signature, is it a digital identity or not? No, it is not. The information is that your name is Peter. It doesn't mean that it's you. It's just a record. I would draw a parallel with Bitcoin again. When the creator, its creator, Satoshi Nakamoto, came up with the idea of Bitcoin on the basis of proof of work, which means that you have to prove the existence and you vote that there exists some processor with some completed work. This is sufficient, and you don't have to ask anybody to write that you do have a processor of a certain brand. Although this would be information proving this information. And I hope that similar protocol can be found for digital identity. Coming back to reality, actually there are two systems already. One is ECR, biometric system of identification, which solves this following key problem. We know that blockchain guarantees the immutability of information, but it doesn't guarantee its correctness. There are several ways of proving the accuracy of information, some oracles or some devices that will say that a table is a table and a chair is a chair. And connecting some identifier, ECR, with some physical object, EPS, is then objective that will always exist, whatever we use in our life. This is the connection between the virtual world and the real world. And then we start to go away from this connection and get to a different space, to our they start connecting with us a lot of different kind of big data from social networks and from the cars that collect information on our journeys. And it's also an element of our identity. And on yet another side, if we are in the financial markets and you are trading, and some algorithmic trader is trading for you on the, and there is no difference between you and this robot trader. So it's both identities in this financial world. So it depends on how deeply you submerge into this virtual world and when you want to go out of it. Speaking about the problem of trust to the content of the records or messages in the blockchain, I want to give you an example. I can write to register on the apartment that I purchased using my digital signature. It will be written that I am the owner of the apartment. But there are examples when real owners have been replaced with the Russian Federation. So can you trust the Russian register where the owner can be replaced with some abbreviation?
There is no contradiction, and it just proves what I said before. You have a register, and it's possible to record all kinds of contradicting information in it. And the difference between this information is who will verify the information, who will be the verifier of credentials that we talked about before. So the environment of Bitcoin is not safe in terms of quality of information. If you put bad meat into the fridge, it will not become good. I would like to separate these two things because in reality, blockchain allows to store the information immutably without any changes. But another question is what kind of information is stored there and how can we prove that this information is true? The same problem exists with Bitcoin, and it is resolved economically because miners are motivated to verify true transactions, valid transactions. Otherwise, they will lose money. So even historically, with Bitcoin, the problem of validity and fairness of the recorded information was resolved by enforcement, by the threat of punishment and the threat to lose money. Actually, it's resolved by the proof of work or proof of stake or something else. That's the second element that provides proof. The first one is secure storage. But talking about identity, this is the second mechanism. It's some economic incentives why it will be profitable for me to be honest and it will be unprofitable to be dishonest. So even because the equipment is very expensive for mining Bitcoin, and I know that at the moment this this problem hasn't been resolved. But if something happens in terms of flat ownership, I think it's inevitable that there should be some economic incentives. For example, if I'm saying I know I have a certain qualification, I make a stake in the form of cryptocurrency or money, and then somebody else who checks and my credential. So someone else looks, validator in blockchain, and says, no, it's not true, you copied that, or you had a mistake in your test, and I lose the stake. Who will remove the stake? So there is Gnosis in Augur. It's a complicated mechanism with a lot of details, but the key thing, theoretically, it may work. At least I don't know any other method. I think identity is a kind of social function. Like in Switzerland, there is the practice of referendums, which is probably better than the laws made by the parliament. But this is an expensive procedure which is difficult to implement. And the alternative is to create something expensive and complicated, and it will be a proof of stake or proof of work. It will provide more reliable and more independent proof, or we can delegate it to one person or one body that will do it cheaply and quickly, but you will run the risks that we have mentioned before. And the question of presence or absence of identity is the question of the cost of proof for this identity. And if technologies allow us to create cheap identity, the mechanism will develop faster. I wanted to say that there are two types of data that should be separated on blockchain. The first one is data generated inside blockchain, and it is correct by definition. transactions are correct, balances are correct, but there is data received from the external environment, and we have to be skeptical about this data because there is always a person who added this data to blockchain. And the question is, who added them? How can we add this data so that we can trust it? And we are about to finish and continue with the coffee break, and I would like to ask a final question, and we will have time for 3 or 4 questions from the audience. And I would like to ask one more question about data, which is a dilemma between transparency that should be provided by blockchain and privacy. For example, Facebook that stores data about users, or Google that saves data about my searches. This data is concealed from anyone. But if this data is published on blockchain, anyone can see it. Or a crypto fund doesn't want to disclose some information about unsuccessful transactions. What do you think we can do in this case? I think now there are mechanisms to prove the fact that data is available, and the opportunity to see this data. So not everyone has rights to all types of data. So this problem can definitely be resolved by cryptography, but it's formulated in a different way. Complicated cryptography, for example, zero knowledge and other things, cost a lot of resources. So if we have petabytes of this data, it means millions of dollars of computation. But if you had the same data on your desktop, in the notebook, it's much, much cheaper. Of course, you can always encode or some data. So we can conceal a lot of data, but you choose between the efficiency and complication of the task. It's the same as with oracles. You have to take on risks when you take something from the real world. But if you don't take anything, you cannot build anything. So to see the quotes, you have to use oracles. Now, there are almost no decentralized funds that operate properly. It's not their application area where several interests of independent participants should be compared. Because it's very stupid to suggest people to vote and to take collective decisions about their money. So all these systems are closed and everyone tries to conceal what they are doing, so we don't have such a problem. When we talk about Bitcoin, very often we speak about anonymity. So I can pay and get money, and I can conceal information about my payments, what kind of person I am, what exactly I buy. But in reality, it exists only as long as we trade virtual assets, like electronic keys, something that is not connected to the real world. If a legal entity has a warehouse with fridges and it sells those fridges, the state will ask, you had 10 fridges, now you have 5. Who did you sell the other 5 fridges to? And if the legal entity cannot identify those who paid the money on the legislative level, it may be forbidden to continue operations. Is it possible to say that cryptocurrencies provide anonymousness even if we use them on a full scale in our daily life, when we can buy physical objects with cryptocurrencies, and when it is all controlled by the legislation, the tax offices, and other structures? In reality, it's all clear about Bitcoin. It will be expressed in two things. The first is connected with the development. So the development of virtual objects will be accompanied by smart contracts that will, let's say, allow. So there will be allowed assets allowed by the state, and the possibility of assets forbidden by the state is unlikely. So this will be the assets allowed by the state. They will collect information about subjects much better than science. And talking about anonymousness, we can look at another service. If you want someone to calculate a certain parameter like credit rating, but you don't want to disclose your identity, you can use zero-knowledge algorithms to get calculations, but the person who calculated will not know what exactly characteristics they are and that they concern you personally. So these algorithms are very expensive, but they will be anonymous. So the company that will provide services for you will not understand who exactly you are. The more cryptocurrencies are implemented, the less anonymous they will become. I believe that the more it is implemented in the society, the more opportunities we have to buy actual objects for cryptocurrency, the less anonymous they will get. Because otherwise there will be a lot of rejection and resistance. I disagree with Stepan, and I think that the state is getting better and better at movements of all kinds of assets. So it's just a question of time. The databases are growing bigger, information is more and more, is getting easier and easier to find, and that's why cryptocurrencies are becoming more legitimate. Stepan believes that soon we will become encoded and the information will be closed, but I'm not sure. We can look at it as a system of supply and demand. So what is my motivation to use cryptocurrency if I buy a fridge? What's wrong with my Sberbank card to buy a fridge? I don't know, but I think I'm quite happy with the bank card. If I want to transfer $10 million to another country in 10 minutes, or to trade something forbidden by the state, or to store the money, like stolen, or so for these reasons, a bank card is not very suitable. So talking about the system, I think the demand for cryptocurrencies will not be from the people who buy coffee or a fridge. And we can only imagine how the situation will develop. And I think the state will be against anonymous and decentralized cryptocurrencies. And if the countries forbid them, it will be quite unreasonable to use them for purchasing regular things. Now there is an organization that is fighting fraud, money laundering, and terrorism, and they analyze a lot of blockchains, bitcoins, and so on. And according to the statistics, the illegal use of Bitcoin is 98%. Sales of drugs. So it's clear that nobody pays. Nobody says that they paid for a drug through blockchain. So anonymous currencies, by their nature, lead all into the dark, somewhere where there should be a gap between the sale and the delivery. So this is the dividing line that divides the correct aspects of the cryptocurrency and the wrong aspect of the cryptocurrency. It means that the niche for cryptocurrency is criminal activities. It seems that there are two cases, some illegal or half-legal cases, and the other is the internet money. So Sberbank card is not good if you want to make a payment of 3 cents, or if you want to make a payment to other countries, pay for 1 minute of watching a film. So the internet economy, where there is no division between countries, doesn't work very well with banks and bank fees. And is it true that for every transaction of Bitcoin, there's a special bit that means that you paid for a drug? I have a question. If we remember how the hype around Bitcoin developed in 2016 and 17, one argument in favor of digital economy was building a new post-industrial economy, the economy of the IoT or the Internet of Everything. So, in your opinion, how can... So it looks like crypto assets connect different people who deal with illegal things, but when it comes to the economy of unique things that may have artificial character, that are machines, the economy of robots, what do you think about that? Because a popular scheme was that a drone delivers food to a certain point, and it's paid through a cryptocurrency, or that there is a fully automated production line without any human interference, and when the product moves from one stage to another, risks are also transferred, and the bills and invoices are also immediately paid. In 2016, I told everyone that soon drones with smart contracts will control municipal orders of cutting forests. But you know what happened next? So crypto cats, nothing works. And what you said, I would say that people are usually too hopeful about what's going to happen in 1 year, and they don't know what's going to actually happen in 5 to 10 years. So I think some breakthroughs are going to happen in 5 to 10 years because there are a lot of gaps in the technology at the moment. Talking about the use of cryptocurrency for calculations, I can give you one practical example that is useful today. At stock exchanges, robots that trade, buy and sell, they have a lot of requests per second. They do it very frequently. Tarification of the stock exchange cannot stop it because in terms of accounting, you cannot record shares of cent. It's not possible for accounting. So if you have a correspondent digital currency that can be divided like Satoshi, it's quite sufficient to charge such transactions. Another example, we know the system of prepayment and postpayment of our telephones. For telephone companies, it would be great to charge per word or second. And if our phone had a program that is able to charge like that, it would be very useful for the telephone companies to have such micro payments. And that is a good reality for using.
The CryptoCats is a true story. I think that the most significant blocker for the development of blockchain is the fact that it is slow, and we have to take it into account. All those issues with the scalability of blockchain are to do with its our refusal to have a single center, and we either give up reliability or speed. And until we resolve this technological part of this issue, it's not going to move any further. Thank you very much. A little announcement. Today, Professor Baloki is going to give a talk after the coffee break, and in another hall there is another talk, so you can decide where you go.
Еще раз маленькое объявление. Сейчас здесь проходит секция выступления Джузеппе Балоки, а в 101-й аудитории проходит воркшоп по уникальной идентичности человека, то есть по доказательству существования и уникальности личности. Поэтому, если у вас есть возможность, то можно посетить тот воркшоп тоже. А мы начинаем. Я хотел бы представить нашего выступающего. Можно музыку убрать? С удовольствием впервые в России. First time in Russia, yes? Sorry? First time in Russia. Yes, yes. Впервые в России, в Перми, Джузеппе Балоки из Швейцарии, из Женевы. У него очень интересная история. Он начинал физиком в ЦЕРНе, физиком высоких энергетических частиц, потом перешел в финансы, в ОАНДу, возглавлял там investment офис, и далее его перешел в образование, в CFA, возглавлял CFA институт, и сейчас занимается анализом современных финансов, в том числе и новой финансовой инфраструктуры на базе блокчейна. Я бы хотел передать слово Джузеппе.
Thank you very much for Sergey for the kind invitation. And I must credit Richard Olsen because he was the one who hired me when I made the transition from physics into finance without any experience in finance at the time. And the subject of my conversation is to reflect on the shortcomings of the existing financial market infrastructure and how we can move forward with securities, payments, and money. It would be ideal if we can quickly transition to what Richard Olsen presented to us last night as his vision for the future, but there are a few obstacles in the way, as I will mention. I am a member of the Future of Finance project of CFA Institute, where we convene workshops of experts to assess what the future of finance will bring. And we have identified scenarios that are listed there. They are listed here. And I will focus in particular on fintech disruption, but I will also touch upon the parallel worlds scenario, which is also quite interesting. It should be obvious to everybody here that finance is overripe for fintech disruption. Many other industries have seen radical transformation. Finance has seen very little, and parts of finance, including asset management, have seen even less. When we hold workshops, and we have held a number, and I have participated at least in 2 such workshops in Switzerland, including about 10 days ago, we always hold them under Chatham House rule. Do you know what is Chatham House rule? Well, for those of you who don't, Chatham House rule says that people can express themselves freely. You are allowed to use the information you gather from the discussion, but you cannot attribute the statements to anybody. So people are protected in their identity, and they can express themselves and contribute. And one of the statements that I heard already twice was from bankers saying, we love regulation. Regulation is a barrier to entry and protects our entrenched position. Incumbents are also protected by brand. Some brands are well recognized. And because of their entrenched position, they have also cultural obstacles to innovation. It's not, finance is not, or traditional financial institution is not where innovation can take place. I have worked in banks, and I have worked at CERN, as Sergey mentioned, and the culture is very, very different. Now, I think that fintech is likely to impact the financial infrastructure before asset management. But why is finance overripe for disruption? Let us think about global payments. Revolut says back in the 80s, the quickest way to send money from London to New York was to physically take cash with you on a plane, just as in the movies. Surprisingly, still holds true today. But have you ever wondered why? Well, Revolut works. I have used it here last night. But if you make large payments, you cannot make it through Revolut. Recently, I was helping my wife, who's Japanese, trying to buy a property in Japan, and she was thinking of moving money from Switzerland into Japan. She was told in Japan that it will take at least 1 week. At least 1 week to have the money credited to her account. Although communication between banks is near real time, correspondent banks may take days, and they take even longer now because of compliance requirements. And if you have an enemy, you can wish to him or her to be involved with international wire transfers where something goes wrong. To reconcile it and get things straight, it may take weeks. The opaqueness of the correspondent banking network makes it so that settlement times and fees may be unpredictable. And it's not me saying it, it's the Fed itself. And with compliance, you have additional complications and the threat of being cut off from the network. It is for global payments. If you look at the architecture and distinguish between architecture and technology, the architecture was a significant innovation, but it was an innovation that was done 600 or 700 years ago. That was correspondent banking with the Medici. The Medici, well, one of the Medici was the Pope. They got a lot of money from France because faithful made offerings in churches. Florence needed to pay for wool they bought from France, and instead of carrying the money or the gold back and forth, they set up correspondent banks. As they set them up somewhere else, they set up accounts with local financial institutions. And it's amazing to me that this very significant financial innovation 600 years ago still is the underpinning of the payment network, although the technology itself has changed. So let us move from payments to securities. Again, from the Federal Reserve Boards, intermediaries such as banks and broker-dealers are typically trusted by end users to store, maintain ownership record of, and transfers assets on their behalf. But can we trust them? Usually the system works, but there are examples, and actually one of them that I will just quote now has been pointed out to me by Sergey. There was a corporate event concerning Dole. Do you know Dole? There are very often you see Dole bananas. Well, Murdoch wanted to buy Dole, but according to some shareholders, he did not pay enough of a high price. There was a class action suit. He lost. The company was ordered to pay a certain compensation per share. The problem came when it came to counting the number of shares. They found 30% more outstanding shares than were on the books of the company. And that was perfectly explainable because with these corporate events, the company that back in the US of share ownership couldn't keep up. And so, you know what happened in the end? The court gave up. They thought that it was just too cumbersome to find out who the real shareholder at that particular point in time was, and they paid out to all of them, even if they had to pay out to more shareholders and more shares than they thought they had on the books. Now, when it comes to security creation, I can again point to my experience. Among other things, in recent times, I have tried to set up a certificate with a former colleague of mine from a bank to finance a company that does something in the real economy. Basically, they supply fuel to ships, but the ship owners pay late. They take 60 days or more to pay. It's a typical trade finance operation. The company needs the finance to finance the fuel. Everything is guaranteed by an insurance company, but the hiccup is that to set up such a certificate, it costs quite a substantial amount of money. Well, despite the fact that the rate charged is quite high, the interest rate that the end investors get is still quite high and attractive. It's 6.5% on the dollar. Actually, it costs the company more than 10% because the cost of creating the security is an horrible 3.5 to 4%. You'll tell me it's a small amount of money, the entire certificate is for 15 million, but still it's significant. Capital markets are inefficient. And I would submit to you that the true frontier for investment management is not using artificial intelligence to earn an extra basis point or two with a very sophisticated model. The true frontier for investment management is expanding the universe of investable assets. So we turn the conventional wisdom upside down. It's actually beta that matters most, not alpha. But to create efficient beta, you have to expand the universe of available securities and do it cheaply. Now, you can tell me you can do it through tokenization, but I think that the big challenge is to put together the new world with the existing world where the existing financial world where a lot of the money is. Now, having touched upon some of the, I would say, glaring limitation of current financial market infrastructure that show to us that the system is actually overripe for disruption, let us see what some of the solutions may be. I will not go into the technical details. I will discuss more some of the governance and trust aspects thereof. Even central bankers see now that distributed ledger technology could become a game changer. In fact, for payment, clearing, and settlement activities. But Benoit Cœuré, who's in charge of the Innovation Center at the BIS, puts a big if. If fintech companies can leverage the technology to meet demanding legal, operational, and risk management requirements. That's a big if. This is unprecedented technology that can lower back office costs, lower capital and collateral requirements, and also disintermediate non-core actors. Now, let us look, and these slides come from the BIS, let us look at the forms of the architecture. Now we have a centralized ledger where we have a trusted institution, not always so trustworthy as we saw in the Dole case, but a trusted institution that needs to maintain the record for everybody. And so all parties must reconcile their local databases to the centralized ledger. Now, of course, the technology gives us distributed ledgers, which can come in two forms: permission distributed ledgers, where the information is distributed, but you still have access control, you still have a trusted central entity. And you'll have what probably Richard prefers, a permissionless distributed ledger, where you don't have any central entity, but the information is somewhat self-organizing through market participation. I spoke and shown the limitation of the existing payment system. Here is, and I will not go into the details, but here is a bit of how, through new technology, you could get the payment system working and operating in near real time. And this architecture would finally do away with the correspondent banking infrastructure that we have to rely on nowadays. As I mentioned already in the architectural scheme that I showed, you can have different potential configuration from distributed ledger technology arrangements. You can have one entity that maintains and updates the ledger, or you can have only approved entities that can use the services, and you can move all the way to your right, and any entity can use the service and play any role. What you see here is, in the first column, it's just an incremental change from today's financial market infrastructure. What you have at the end is very much like the Bitcoin. What are the issues? The issues with the last column is scalability, and we have here technical experts that can tell you much more about scalability than I know. And on the other hand, authorities like to be conservative and stay toward the first column because it's something that they are more familiar with, as we all see. There are many potential advantages of DLT for payment, clearing, and settlement. Reduction in complexity, because you don't have the need for all of this reconciliation. You don't have to reconcile the data of each institution with the central repository. Improving end-to-end processing speed, which has implication for the availability of assets and funds. And then, again, we said decreasing the need for reconciliation across multiple infrastructure. More transparency, and we already heard in the previous panel about immutability. Another advantage, I think, is distributed data management and the improvement in network resilience that comes through distributed data management. But there are also challenges, and I can understand the challenges if I put myself in the shoes of somebody who has to decide to change to new architecture. I did it within a bank once, and it was a terrifying experience, a big bang. If one Friday you shut down, and you must be absolutely sure that you have come up with a new infrastructure as of Monday, it's really a very difficult concept. In fact, the problem is also lack of interoperability with existing processes and infrastructure. If you can kind of move from one system from one architecture to the next, you don't need a big bang, and that would be a lot easier. There is the question about settlement finality, because it's not so easily achieved immediately within the DLT technology. There are questions about the legal underpinning. The governance framework is a point that is made by central banks and regulators because they like a centralized governance. And there is again the question of scalability for large-scale applications. We shouldn't kid ourselves. Technology has its risk, and risks in terms of resilience, reliability, also risks in terms of security. I am not at all an expert of it, but what about quantum computing and threats from quantum computing to cryptography? Maybe you can ask the cryptography experts about it. But central bankers see a challenge, particularly concerning arrangements with a weak governance structure, which may not be able to react quickly enough to emerging security issues and threats. I put this as a question mark. It was not as a question mark in the BIS report, but it is a question mark here because I am not quite sure that, in fact, not having a governance structures like the central banks would like is actually such a bad thing. Then there are issues concerning privacy. Again, it is a statement coming from the BIS. DLT may also enhance transparency if information shared on the ledger is shared broadly. I find these statements of high concern to me. To libertarians, it would be a nightmare if this technology that started as very privacy guaranteeing becomes the tool to have the perfect audit trail on everything in the hands of governments that may not always be guided by the best of intentions. Now, concerning asset tokenization, that might be the answer to creating new securities. It has many advantages. The advantages of tokenized assets: immutable, accessible, divisible, cost-effective. But it has also challenges. You heard from the previous panel, there is the risk of fraud, misrepresentation. Who performs the due diligence on the underlying assets? And then the question of immutability. I would be very careful with immutability. Ownership of physical assets has time scales that can span centuries or millennia. If you go to countries like Italy or France, that are, especially my country of origin, Italy, is not known as being a well-organized country, it's quite the contrary. But if you go to real estate archives, in many cities, you can find records of ownership for 1,000 years. Those records of ownership were written by notaries on special paper with special ink, and they still survive today. France had a revolution, but records of real estate ownership remained. Are we sure that our blockchain and the entry in the blockchain today will be available without corruption, despite changes in technology, despite what the world will have to live through for 1,000 years? That is not a simple test to fulfill. If I am wrong, please tell me, but it's certainly a concern of mine. Before we move to my last topic, which is money and the future of money, I would like to share with you some announcements that you probably have picked up over the last year about all that is boiling up in central bank space concerning these new technologies. I think that they are looking at it with interest. For instance, now, since I am based in Switzerland, I'll tell you things that are relevant to Switzerland. The Swiss National Bank and the Bank of International Settlement have signed an operational agreement on an innovation hub center. They are thinking of using central bank money in the settlement of tokenized assets. So central banks, which are the bastion of the existing financial market infrastructure, are moving and thinking about the new technology. Now, I move back talking about the functions of money. You have already heard from Professor Yurishenko what were the functions of money. Actually, money should be a store of value, should be a medium of exchange, should be a unit of account. But it's very difficult to find any currency or anything that actually fulfills these functions and fulfills them well. Now, sorry, before going to that, we heard that gold is a good store of value. Over time, in fact, it's a good store of value. The only problem, it's very difficult to store gold. And it has costs. All fiat currencies, with the possible exception of the Swiss franc so far, have been relatively poor stores of values. Now, there are many forms of money. You already have seen the taxonomy of money in terms of the money flower. And that encompasses both the dimension of issuance and technology. Who issues the money? And you can expand, in a sense, the taxonomy of money, the money flower, into this table that gives you the form of privately issued money. In fact, privately issued money based on fiat systems, basically money issued by banks, and privately issued cryptocurrencies. I will not go into the full detail. I will concentrate more on basically the historical and governance underpinning. What is the present of money? The present of money is that we have a rather uncomfortable cohabitation among fiat currencies, gold, and cryptocurrencies. As a money manager, I talk to people who see that the increase in gold price may be signaling diminishing trust in fiat money and concern for systemic risk. Concerning cryptocurrencies, we have regulatory resistance, and even when it's allowed, if you operate in some businesses dealing with cryptocurrencies, you have difficulty opening bank accounts. Concerning money, we have a big elephant in the room, and the elephant in the room is the US dollar. Why is that? Well, you could ask Charles de Gaulle if he were still alive. Charles de Gaulle said that the US dollar status as a reserve currency and the principal medium for global trade confers an exorbitant privilege to the United States. Probably you don't know it, but Charles de Gaulle also, as soon basically as he could, he repatriated France gold to France. Why was France gold in the United States? It was in the United States because when Germany invaded France, France had gold everywhere in all small or mid-sized town because the franc was convertible into gold, and all the local branches of the French state bank, national bank, needed to hold gold. So they hurried up, collected the gold, and brought it into the United States, but he repatriated it because he thought that gold was the real money. Now, the link between the dollar and the gold, as you know, is such that once upon a time, the dollar was as good as gold because there was a convertibility of of dollar into gold. But Roosevelt abolished the gold clause in 1933, and Nixon suspended gold convertibility of the dollar. And according to a Nobel Prize winner, who's not a particularly provocative person, this is actually at least a partial default. And I will quote his book later on. To come to more recent events, the USA have weaponized the US dollar. If you use the US dollar in any payment, anywhere, you are subject to the jurisdiction of US courts. A French company found that out when they paid a bribe in dollars in Africa. It did not involve the US. The bribe was not paid in the US. The company was not a US company. It was a French company. But the USA imposed and collected a fine on this particular company because the bribe was paid in dollars. Now, that would not come as a surprise to you if you had listened to the statements of Robert Morgenthau. You know Robert Morgenthau? Robert Morgenthau was US District Attorney in Manhattan. He was still active at age 90. He was still US District Attorney in Manhattan. And when Bank of Commerce and Commerce International went bankrupt, I believe it was in the 80s, he said, that's my business. I have jurisdiction over it. Why? Because they deal in US dollars, and 90% of US dollar trades are traded in my district in Manhattan. When Bank Wegelin decided that they would not need Bank Wegelin, it was an old bank in St. Gallen, Switzerland. They decided that they didn't need to comply with US securities laws because they didn't deal in US securities. They thought they were safe, but they forgot one thing. They were dealing in dollars, and they had a correspondent banking account in the US. The US District Attorney Office, the office of the US District Attorney, although Robert Morgenthau was no longer there, knew that very well. And they seized the account that Bank Wegelin had at UBS in New York. And that was the end of Bank Wegelin after a 200 years history. So that is where we are with the dollar now. Now, let me discuss a bit one aspect of cryptocurrencies, like the Bitcoin, not the central bank cryptocurrencies, which is the fact that they are issued privately. In fact, private money is an old idea. It's motivated by the statement that you find in Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Adam Smith was very skeptical of sovereigns issuing currency because he knew very well that history showed that sovereigns would try to find a way to diminish the value of their currency. They did it even when it was difficult to do it, when coins were in gold, and they have done it more successfully when the money was paper. To come to more recent times, the private issuance of currency was a pet idea of Nobel Prize winning economist Hayek of the Austrian School of Economics that wrote The Denationalization of Money in 1976. And Richard, if you think that your statements are provocative, read what Hayek wrote. I don't understand why he was not burned at the stake for what is written in that book. It's really, there are statements such as, history is largely inflation engineered by government. Competition would provide better money than would governments. And then about the conduct of monetary policy, he writes that monetary policy is neither desirable nor possible. And he says also a single monopolistic government agency can neither possess the information which should govern the supply of money, nor it would be usually in a position to act in that manner. I am not making comments, I am just reporting what Hayek wrote. So private money issuance is an old idea. Hayek would be very happy to see that technology now enables it. I told you that I would bring into the discussion a bit of history. My students are recommended, in fact required, to read this wonderful book. This book is by Rogoff, Reinhard and Rogoff, 800 years of folly, of financial folly. This time is different. And here it tells you, proving it with facts from history, that a lot of received ideas that we have are actually false. One of the most important statements that proven false is about government debt. You start in finance, you say, the risk-free asset is government debt. Let me tell you that this is just an assumption, a simplifying assumption. It's not at all well-grounded in empirical reality. It is much more true that motion is frictionless, which is an assumption in physics, although later on you can integrate friction as well, rather than applying it to central government debt, where nearly all governments have defaulted on their financial obligation in the past. Contrary to what you read even in finance books, it's not true that governments would even always print their own currency to meet their obligation. Governments have defaulted also on domestic debt. To discuss the future of money, we should differentiate governance from technology. Hayek made some good points for the denationalization of money, but that would be a dramatic change. There could be a bit of confusion. And as Professor Yurishenko stated this morning, sovereigns are not in a mood to give up seigniorage and the right to issue currency without a fight. The US will not give up the US dollar and the ability to use it to impose sanctions, to weaponize it without a fight. If you don't believe me, Just listen to the congressional testimony during the Libra hearings, and congressman after congressman asked the question, what about our ability to impose sanctions? Of course, money can still be issued by the sovereign, as we heard this morning, in crypto form. Still, if private citizens get access to central bank crypto money, banks may be somewhat disintermediated, and also that will probably not happen without some fight. We started discussing trust and the fact that trust is very central in finance, whether it's created by a trustworthy institution or whether it's created by technology. We have a problem here. We are somewhat moving in terra incognita. I am old enough to remember when the world was the Cold War. There was US and there was the Soviet Union. And then we moved to the US being the leading country, and then now we are in an apolar world. So it's quite important to ask yourself, what is the existing financial order? How long will the US continue to be a world reserve currency? What about Bretton Woods institution? Are we risking somehow a fragmentation of the global financial system? That would be the parallel world scenario, which is one of the 4 scenarios that I mentioned at the beginning. Now we had also the question of the issue of the crises, the 2008 great financial crisis. Then that created the need to take action, and central bank took action in a very unprecedented way with unconventional monetary policy measures. To the extent that I ask myself whether the visible hand of central bankers has replaced Adam Smith's invisible hand, and creating impairment in price discovery. In my opinion, the answer is yes to both questions, with actually worrying consequences. Tongue-in-cheek, maybe that's not politically correct to say, but I will say it anyhow. The legacy of the Soviet Union lives on. The legacy of the Soviet Union lives on because we have embraced central planning. We have embraced central planning in what were the free market economies, because we got too used to the central banks, and when we look as financial analysts, we look at central bankers to try to understand what they are going to do. They have become stars, and I remember what a retired central banker, the former head of the central bank from Switzerland, told me once at a dinner. In the ideal world, a central banker should be a nameless bureaucrat that nobody interviews, nobody even knows his name. And we are very far away from this world, and I don't think that's the world that Adam Smith would have liked. Moreover, if we look at risk, when prices are formed by the sum of a sufficiently large number of independent random variables, central limit theorem applies, and we go toward the Gaussian distribution. We may have some tails, but as the number of actors become larger, risk conditions become milder and milder. Instead, when few influencers make the market, or we have price caps and floors, we create very fat tails, and we make the world very risky. And if you want to see that proven empirically in foreign exchange rates, you just have to look at the research by Olsen and Associates of quite a number of years ago. It's actually quite counterintuitive. So basically, it's, I think that you can give some mathematical meaning to the proposition that if you have many actors, none of which dominates, you actually have a much better risk profile than having a few important influencers. And now the question about central banks. They have become so big. They are very big as market players. Can we trust them to be such large market players? Even the Swiss National Bank has a balance sheet that amounts to more than 100% of GDP. And trust is the stone of finance. Now the question going forward is a permissionless world without a trusted third party a utopian approach that flies in the face of human history? Those are the words of a member of the ECB board. Or is the elusive promise of decentralized trust not so elusive after all? And trust is important because of the informational asymmetry. Before concluding, I would go on to say that going toward the future, we face obstacles. And again, I will not be politically correct here. One of the obstacles we face is the disingenuous use of compliance requirement to create barriers to entry. And I will not say much more on this slide, but it is something that I don't think can be ignored. My conclusion, the DLT carried a promise to make financial market infrastructure much more effective, with substantial improvement in transaction processing, expansion in the universe of investable assets through tokenization with large benefit to society. There are scalability, risk, and governance issues. The future of money depends on trust, whether it's better to have a decentralized or centralized trusted entities. It depends also on whether governments are willing to give up, even in part, a key privilege they had since money was introduced. Correct me if I'm wrong, but first money introduction was in the form of minted coins nearly 3,000 years ago. And guess who was producing the coins? It was governments. It was the kings that did that. However, Geopolitical changes and unconventional monetary policy may erode the trust in centralized entities, but I don't think that big change will occur without crises and conflict. With this optimistic note, I end my presentation.
Yes, and we switch to the discussion right now. So thank you very much, Giuseppe. I would like to invite Richard also on stage. Giuseppe, please stay on stage as well. We just continue here.
Yes, I will.
So we have just maybe 30 minutes left, but we try to be like productive and effective. And before, like to begin with, Richard, I think you would rather agree with what Giuseppe just been presented, but is there something which you would strongly disagree in like what you just seen?
First, I have to say thank you, Giuseppe. I mean, kind of we know each other for so long, but it's fascinating how you present the history. Now, what I want to add to the story, and I think that's something which people have forgotten, is that the migration to new forms of currencies with modern technology can start with micro sums of transactions. So it's not that we have to kind of introduce it for the big transactions, but actually the new forms of payment can start with micropayments. And that adds an additional twist to the whole story.
Would you like to respond?
I think that's an excellent point. Maybe I thought, and I read wrong, the introduction of Libra, because I thought that that would be a wake-up call and that would be a beneficial event in the trajectory of getting non-government money out. It turns out that it seems to be the contrary, because governments could have probably have tolerated smaller actors, but they find it difficult to cope with such a big issuer.
So just regarding Libra and Facebook, it's fascinating. They just went about it the wrong way by just announcing it big and not having done the groundwork first. They created a lot of kind of pushback, and in the sense damaged the whole crypto movement a lot. Now, I want to add another point to your statement. That is, in the professional world, the intraday risk which pension funds, banks are exposed. Just to explain, so when you make a payment in the financial markets, settlement is not instantaneous, but delayed by 2 or more days. So if one of the players goes bankrupt, you suddenly have lost the money. So the problem is, you don't do an atomic swap. When you go to a bakery, the baker puts the bread on the shop counter and you give the money, and it's atomic swap. But in financial markets, professional markets, you send your dollars and maybe you receive your euros in this 2-day interval. And I think a big reason why the new technology could take off much faster is because this intertemporal risk. And I think in the next crisis, you'll see a lot of professional players suddenly jump on the bandwagon and say, I just want to have this more safe environment.
Yeah, actually, this is the biggest promise of the whole blockchain, like DLT technology, to disintermediate the market, to create really immediate settlement, delivery versus payment, and also both maybe some central bank money, and to have the direct ownership. But Richard, I think those were also the assumptions when Licky started, right? So to have a decentralized exchange or like semi-decentralized exchange, but then later like Licky switched to the centralized regime. And when you compare the two, like can you maybe think what are the lessons that you think they were learned, and what are the advantages of both regimes?
So, thanks to the whole experience, I learned a lot about structure of markets. So today, I would argue that we will not have just one model. Actually, you'll have all shades of marketplaces. That decentralized finance, kind of completely semi-decentralized and centralized, and they will fulfill different roles. So let me explain. In the centralized framework, you have the opportunity of much narrower spreads because the market makers don't need to be physically able to deliver each quote which they have to give instantaneously, and that allows them to offer narrower spreads, and they have an information advantage. In the decentralized framework, they have to immediately deliver, so that adds to an additional charge. So I think the two models will live side by side, and also the intermediate one.
Another controversial point in those design comparison is the finality, right? So in the decentralized regime, you have finality, and every, let's say, trade is immediately settled, and you have the swap, and then it's final, right? So, and imagine now when there is the error or mistake, right? So in this decentralized world, in the centralized exchange, this is a final. There is no way to correct the mistake. Because once the assets are swapped, then they're this is final.
But there, at least from my point of view, I don't think that's a big issue. Because I still can have a legal claim against the other party. So I erroneously, kind of transferred the money, but I still have the claim. So we can still do an offsetting trade. And because in a financial market, you actually most likely do further tradings in the future, you have an interest to maintain a good relationship. So I think finality is not that of a big issue that, as people kind of stated it.
I think that you don't have to take finality so literally. Actually, I think that it's very good to put together people that have technical competence with people who have experience in financial markets. I mean, you think, and the central banks tell you that transactions are final, but even if you do a futures transaction, even if it is confirmed now in the classical financial market, if there is an obvious error, there are ways to undo it. And as Richard says, if you are a market participant and you want to be trading again, you don't have the incentive to put up a fuss or a very lengthy legal battle because in the end you know that such things occur and you need a bit of a flexibility.
And with this said, when you say you can then reverse or negotiate the claim, it means that you have to have this know your counterparty rule. So you kind of we are in an environment where there is compliance already in place, and we know our counterparties which we trade with, right? And what if the design is the biggest promise is to have a global market, a permissionless market where anybody can enter, also somebody who wants to stay also anonymous, or with a country which you don't have any regulatory, interoperability. How do you?
It's just a matter of price. So if you add additional risks, which are associated, that has just an impact on the price which the counterparty has to pay. So I think, at least from my point of view, it's naive to think that people whom you don't know at all, you don't know from where they come, what the context of the trade is, that they should be able to trade at the same price as a counterparty which you know intimately.
And so, assume we have this ledger where we settle our trades. So maybe we use some like on-chain trading, and it's either completely public or it's maybe semi-public. Then we have this full trail, right? So we see not just the trades, but also the counterparties. Currently, all the markets are pretty much anonymous. So when you see a trade log of an exchange, you don't normally see the IDs of the like who traded. On the and this was your question about the like transparency, like how good and how bad it is. Will this be problematic for some of the players who might not actually want to trade on these new markets, or it's actually good because it's more transparent and we can see like many more things there, like for example wash trading?
So first, I have to say that actually, even if you would know the identity, you know much less than you think, because when a party trades, because he buys and sells, you don't really know his exact position because there's a lot of netting which happens, and you don't know the equilibrium point of his position. So therefore, I think the transparency is actually de facto lower than one would expect.
I think that it's difficult to predict what would the impact would be. I think that we can take some lessons from what was done in the past, and typically in again the classical financial world, regulators have pushed for more transparency, with some good and bad effects. In illiquid markets, you need some measure of protection of the counterparty identity. Richard has a good point, that is that if it is a liquid security, maybe you cannot figure out even by having the counterparty to a trade, because he might be offsetting, you don't know what his position is. But if the security is relatively liquid, then it may become a concern. So I would actually leave it open and look at more empirical evidence before making a determination. And that depends very much on the characteristics of the security that's being traded. You can look at the government and corporate bond markets for some cues.
I think the part which you raise is very important, because actually we'll have to create a lot of different setups and be very ingenious for the different types of problems. And there is not kind of one brush works for everything.
It's a kind of an experiment which is going now in the markets. Basically, it is this comparison of the models. So you have decentralized exchanges like on Ethereum smart contracts, but then you also have centralized exchanges, cryptocurrency exchanges, and basically you see actually what wins, and the volumes on the DEXs, they stay really humble, like maybe several million per day, but the volumes on the centralized exchanges, they are like in billions per day. So it's 3 orders of magnitude more for the centralized exchanges. So the markets somehow prefer, though with all this, credit risk on the exchange, with other issues, they prefer to be on the centralized exchange, maybe because of the liquidity, I don't know what.
So the first reason is the liquidity, but the second is, as soon as you offer leverage on a centralized exchange, actually the exposure which you have to the centralized exchange is much smaller. So the kind of counterparty risk is less important than we think.
In this regard, what you will see as the optimal design for the future, like ideal financial market, like kind of a hybrid between the centralized and decentralized exchange, and how this can be implemented?
So, I mean, for me, it's kind of, I clearly see the centralized exchange to play a very important role. But what I envisage is that the centralized exchange actually provides a price feed for the decentralized exchanges to operate. And we'll use this as a marketing strategy for the centralized exchange. So it actually is ready to undermine its own position for the purpose to establish its rates as the reference point.
The experience from, let us say, non-crypto financial assets has been that if you can look at the graph of the volumes, exchange volumes have increased quite significantly at the expense of over-the-counter volumes. That has been actually a consequence also of regulation.
Yes, but it might be a fluke, because I could anticipate that this kind of shift has happened due to the high-frequency traders who are abusing the wrong design of the matching engines of exchanges. So they, you know, kind of, because matching engines don't correctly price in the discovery value of bid and ask, and only are set up one-sided, high-frequency traders have been grabbing such a lot of market volume, pushing up the volumes.
That is indeed possible. I have not corrected for that effect, so I cannot answer that.
Actually, I'd like to even stress a bit more on the point of like, why do we need decentralized exchanges currently, I mean, in the crypto markets? My guess is that they are used because there is no KYC. Basically, you can enter into a trade through the smart contract without like showing your passport, because basically on other exchanges you need to show your passport. So here it may be the use case of various scenarios where you just don't want to reveal your identity to trade. And we come here the question of the KYC and know your counterparty. Do you think in the future of financial markets, when we have people having tokens and they want to exchange like token versus the other token, do we need KYC, or like to what extent?
So I am, and I know that I may be kind of the outsider, I actually believe that KYC ALM control will be the complete standard and pervasive, because you can hide the KYC information. Because anyway, when you want to trade on your wallet, you don't want someone else to trade. So I want to be identified with my connection where I'm trading. So this is why I think that will win. And also because then they can have full regulation and can offer such a lot of more services than those who are outside the normal domain. But that's my...
Well, I think that for crypto assets to take hold, they have to integrate more and hopefully maybe take over the existing financial system. But in order to do that, you have to accept a certain amount of compliance and KYC. I would differentiate, however, between the need to establish the customer credentials for basically to make sure that that is really the customer, from all sorts of intrusive questions that are being asked now in the KYC process by some financial institutions. And I don't know where it's going to go, but I think that the information that's being asked from prospects and clients is far too much. There should be a principle of proportionality, that financial institutions find out only what is needed and not 10 times more.
Do you want to mention the Open VASP initiative, which is happening?
Yeah, you would like to tell a bit more about it?
So in Switzerland, the kind of FINMA kind of issued requirements that crypto banks, when they move crypto assets of customers back and forth, the recipient has to know from where it comes from. And this gives rise to an Open VASP protocol, which is being developed. And I find that is a very interesting development, because it's a protocol of how information about owner and where the money comes from is shared, but is shared in such a way that it's truly confidential to just the two parties who are involved. And that it might be the kind of seed of a new SWIFT network. And if that is designed very well, this could become a huge success story and really kind of make cryptos, and with that also other forms of stable coins, which are traditional assets which are being tokenized, make this, bring this really mainstream.
Basically, I think it's a very important point here is that it's the power of the standards. When we have something standardized, that creates a huge sort of development in this area. Just another example of this standardization was the ERC20, right? So when there were different formats of the color coins issues on the Bitcoin blockchain, but it never was the boom of the tokenization before the Ethereum ERC20 standards come into the light, and suddenly everybody started to issue those tokens according to the standard, and we've seen those ICO craze in 2017, where there was like thousands of tokens issued on Ethereum, and I slowly want to come into the question of the asset tokenization. So Giuseppe, you mentioned that it would be great to have a wide selection of assets. I mean, we can tokenize some illiquid assets in the world and make them divisible and tradable. This is the promise of tokenization. In this case, it's easy to issue the token because technically it's just maybe 5 minutes work to deploy a smart contract. But how to ensure the legal side of it, how to ensure that this asset really is, the rights to this asset are attached to this token. And I think this is a major maybe a barrier for tokenization to be really global. Can you propose some ways to do it?
I think this is a problem that it's not new to tokenization. You have absolutely the same problem when you issue a security. There have been cases of security issuance, stock issuance for companies that were just letterboxes without any operation. So you just need one needs to develop some sort of mechanism that what is represented in tokens actually corresponds to reality. And I think that the problem is not worse for tokens than it is for traditional assets. In fact, in many ways, it's easier. But it's something that needs to be tackled.
So I believe, kind of a token is issued by the issuer. So the issuer is the counterparty who has to stand up for his promise. Now, I think the development will be much faster. Because as soon as a player has the right, he can start to issue tokens for all standard financial instruments. And now the exciting thing is, because you can buy that instrument in amounts of $1, $5, $6, you can check if he's good for his promise. So I think the technology and acceptance will spread much faster. And I do that based on our experience of Oanda. Because when we launched Oanda was in the middle of the dot-com bubble 2001. Actually, everything was a disaster at the company, everything around. But because people could settle trades of these small amounts, they had confirmation that it really works. So in that spirit, I think it could spread much faster.
And maybe final question from me, and then we can have some questions from the audience as well. Like in this future world with this DLT-based financial markets, what do you see the roles of the current market, participants like depositors, like CSDs, and central counterparties? Do they ever have to be existing in this new world, or they can just be disintermediated by the blockchain, let's say?
So I have a very firm opinion. Originally, I just said, we don't need them anymore. But today, it's clear to me, as soon as I, in the form of Lykke, have a little bit of money, I'll immediately try to get a security settlement system license. But but then use that license to empower blockchain and have it done through blockchain. But it's important from a strategic point of view that, for example, Lykke gets that license, that not someone can come in and say, oh, you don't have the right license. So we don't need these organizations, but we need the license under which we'll operate the blockchain framework.
To be interoperable with the legislation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that it will, the answer depends very much on which parts of the financial market infrastructure you are talking about. And I think that there are certain parts of the existing financial market infrastructure that are quite sound and have quite a bit of future ahead of them. How long, I don't know. But I think that not everybody will be disintermediated or disposed of at the same time, I think.
So just to explain, for me, they'll all be disintermediated. Just what we need is the license so that to the old world we can that we operate according to the old framework.
Mm-hmm.
This is the behavior of the nature, right? To mimicry.
Yeah.
So we can take a few questions.
Hello, Tatiana Malachova, Bank of Russia. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about fragmentation. Is this good or bad for financial market?
Oh, so what, sorry, which?
Fragmentation.
Fragmentation.
Yes. Is this good or bad for financial market? I mean, cross-border financial services and financial stability in general.
I have a very definite point of view on that. I think fragmentation brings inefficiencies and it is bad. So in an ideal financial system is actually not fragmented. You could make a point where maybe by some measures if the system is fragmented, maybe it's less prone to maybe a global crisis. For end users, a fragmented system is not good. Unfortunately, because of compliance and other requirements, it is actually more difficult and probably takes longer now to open a bank account or to open any type of financial relationship in another country that it took 40 years ago before the internet was born. If you, for instance, if you wanted to open an account in Switzerland, you could do that in the United States, you could do that in an hour. Try it now.
Hello, my name is Vlad. I have a question about HFT trading. So you were comparing traditional crypto exchanges like centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges. And I have a question about your view of decentralized exchanges in future. Like it's really difficult to make them fast, but decentralized exchanges are like P2P exchange for everybody. So maybe it's better to think of new way of trading, like not trading in bid and ask. Maybe it's better to change the whole logic of trading without queues, without fast trading, without trying to make orders in 1 millisecond and so on. Maybe if everything is changing this way, maybe we need to change trading itself.
So, at least from my point of view, there is a point, I think, which is not well understood. the closer you look at price movements in financial markets, the more ragged does it become. Now, why is that? That is an attractor for someone to take the other side. So there is a lot of value in that. And that is something very positive. Now, having said that, isn't it very easy to offer you an option-like product that you have 1 minute, 5 minutes, 6 minutes of time to execute on a specific price? So there is a lot of room for innovation. So I can easily accommodate the slowness of decentralized exchange framework with my pricing. It's not an issue. So the problem at this stage is, or this is what Luc has been fighting with, just to get the technology up and running smoothly is just a little more time consuming than we first thought.
Yeah, 2 more questions maybe.
My name is Victor. So the question is about decentralization. You advocate for the decentralized exchange or something, and the question is, how would you expect the government to fulfill its other obligations? Like, I don't know, if I have been cheated, I can resort to the law and then to the law enforcement in a centralized situation. But in a decentralized situation, where is the law? Where is the law enforcement? And one can say that okay, we have the smart contract, and it is the law, and code is law. We all know how that played out for the DAO a few years ago. So that obviously doesn't work. And saying there will be no more cheating is like saying, well, there will be no more wars, no more revolutions. Well, it doesn't work.
But it's easy to provide insurance coverage. I can offer you insurance to insure in case any trade goes wrong in a decentralized exchange. So I think there is a lot of room for innovation.
Okay, then the last question for the day.
My name is Simon Zab, Germany. Thank you. It was very interesting. I have the question to both speakers. How would you see the future in 10 years, 2030?
Well, you should go first. You are the expert on the future.
So, for me, I mean, it's clear. It's an electronic barter society where everyone receives the means of payment that he wants to receive. So you can pay with what you want to pay, and the recipient receives what he wants to receive. That's point one. The second is that we have an infinitely polar world. Just like with the number of websites, there'll be a huge infinite number of different currencies and currency bases. And it's from there that the world will kind of move on.
Well, that is a very interesting view, probably likely to take more than 10 years, because if you think where we were 10 years ago, when we were in 2010, and well, few things have happened since, but not so many. Perhaps, however, the pace of innovation may accelerate. And that would play in favor of your argument, because the adoption of new ideas is highly non-linear, which is a bit your argument that you were making, that you know 50 people and then you know. This is a very non-linear process. So it starts like a fire. It starts slowly and maybe it catches in a much bigger way later on. But I hope you are right and we don't take much longer than that.
So with this, let's thank the speakers and let's conclude the day. Thanks.